Good morning, Judge. How are you?
Good, thanks.
Good man. It's Thursday morning, Judge.
Morning.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning,
my
Judge.
lady.
Can the matter be called into the record?
Calling.
Today is the second day of September 2021.
Okay, calling the matter of live Esidimeni Inquest, case number I-001 of 2021.
Where is the witness and Mr. Van Bergen?
Morning, Judge. Present.
Yes, where is the witness, Dr. Mkacha? Good morning, Dr. Mkacha.
Good morning, my lady.
Advocate Late, can you switch off the volume on the other device? Sounds like there are two devices in the same place.
We have sorted it out. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you very much. You're reminded that you're still under oath. Yesterday, when we adjourned, Mr. Van Bergen was busy with cross-examination. You may continue, Mr. Van Bergen.
Thank you, my lady. Doctor, you will recall that yesterday we addressed, amongst other things, the concerns that had been raised by Life Esidimeni regarding the proposed marathon project. I want to refer you in the same context, but from a different source, to the same subject matter. If I may refer you to under the general statements, it is item 58. It's an affidavit A44 by Muhammad Yusuf Hassim Musa, and it's on page 1492.
What page did you say is this? 5?
192.
1592.
No, 14.
14.
You have it, Doctor?
Yes, my lady, I do have it.
My lady, have it?
Yes, I have it.
Thank you, my lady. Doctor, do you know Professor Musa? Or do you know who he is?
I have met him once, and I knew he was responsible for the districts in Gauteng.
Which districts?
I wouldn't be clear. I didn't know him that personally.
Okay.
My lady, I'll address that with reference to the affidavit.
Okay.
Doctor, if I may refer you to paragraph 1 of Professor Musa's affidavit on page 1492. He says, I'm an adult male with ID number so-and-so, 61 years old, employed by the Gauteng Department of Health as clinical head of clinical unit psychiatry in the Johannesburg District Mental Health. And then he gives the address of his place of employment. So from this, we glean that he was clinical head of psychiatry for the Johannesburg District Mental Health. Is that correct?
That is correct, my lady.
If one looks at paragraph 3, he says, I'm a qualified psychiatrist by profession as head of clinical unit within Johannesburg District. My responsibilities includes care and treatment of mental health patients in terms of the Mental Health Care Act. My involvement in the process of termination of Life Esidimeni contract is consequent to the requirement by Gauteng Department of Health that all senior psychiatrists in the province and all CEOs of provincial hospitals with psychiatrist units in Gauteng were to bring in their inputs regarding the process. Now, what I specifically wish to refer you to, and again, it's in the context of the concerns that you had raised, but this time it comes from an employee of the Gauteng Department of Health, who is a psychiatrist himself. In paragraph 4, he says, on 4 March 2015, I attended a meeting convened by Dr. Manamela at her office. The attendees at the meeting included senior psychiatrists, the management representatives, amongst others. Dr. Manamela informed the meeting that she had been given a directive to terminate Life Esidimeni contract by 31 March 2016, and that the attendees would assist with this task. All the clinicians present registered our disagreement with this decision to terminate the Life Esidimeni contract. The timeframes were deemed too short and not practical, as it may have adverse consequences on the mental health patients at Life Esidimeni and to the limited provincial mental health care services in general. If I may stop there for a moment, Doctor, do you find resonance with Life Esidimeni's views in what is expressed there by Professor Musa?
Yes, my lady, I do.
And it in fact appears to mirror the concerns that had been expressed by Life Esidimeni, not so?
That is correct. Thank you, my lady.
If I may then continue reading from paragraph 4. In my opinion and prior knowledge of mental health patients, there were insufficient doctors in the district health system to care for those patients that would be discharged to their homes, insufficient spaces available at NGO residential facilities for those requiring such care, and insufficient bed capacity at our hospitals for those that required inpatient care. And in brackets, not all patients could be cared for at home or at NGO residential facilities. If I may stand still at that juncture, Doctor, if I understand, or let me rather ask you, from what Professor Musa says here, he seems to refer to the fact that certain patients required hospital care and not care at home or at NGO residential facilities. Do I interpret what he's saying correctly, in your view?
That is true, my lady. I understand that, and it is comforting to see that it comes from a specialist who is in that role and responsible for those kind of facilities.
Yes.
My lady, I've just received a message that my camera is not, that I'm not visible, that my camera is off. On my screen, the camera is on. Can your ladyship see me?
I can see you. Otherwise, I would have long.
I'm sure your ladyship would have.
Yeah. I don't know with the others, but I can see both of you.
My lady advocate, but I can see Advocate van der Berg very well.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you.
I submit it's more important.
We can see you, Senior.
To be seen.
All right, let's continue.
Thank you. Doctor, can one infer from this distinction that Professor Musa made that it was already recognized within the department that there were patients who were of a nature that would have required hospital care?
That is true, my lady.
Thank you. I'll then continue from paragraph 4. We also stated that it was morally and ethically incorrect to impose participation on mental health professionals in the province. I requested that this be recorded in the minutes. The chair, Dr. Manamela, refused to do this. The clinicians also requested the chair to arrange a meeting with the former MEC, Ms. Kadani Mahlangu, in order to engage with her regarding our opinions, views, and recommendations. The meeting did not materialize. I assume you cannot comment on that from personal knowledge.
No, I wouldn't have a knowledge of that. Thank you, my lady.
Then in paragraph 5, Professor Musa says the following: subsequent to the meeting above, a document followed from the Mental Health Directorate, wherein it was proposed that there was to be a number of teams formed with various tasks. One such team was the, quote, patient assessment, unquote, team, and I was listed as being the leader, though that was not discussed with me or at the meeting. My response to Dr. Manamela was that it was the responsibility of the multidisciplinary teams, MDTs, in Life Esidimeni to do the assessment on all the patients that should be in their facilities with a view of determining their current status and fitness for discharge or transfer to another facility, as they have been doing as a standard procedure. It was not clear to me who exactly would constitute the team and what their roles and responsibilities would be. I suggested that the team should be led by Mr. Frans Tubane and Dr. Sophie Lenkwane of the Mental Health Directorate. This would meet to set up a meeting with all the stakeholders to discuss the objectives. This meeting did not materialize. Doctor, now if I can stand still there, the issue of assessment of the patients, can you perhaps just inform her ladyship whether any such process was agreed with Life Esidimeni? That's the first aspect. And then secondly, how the assessment process materialized in practice. So if you can first just deal with whether such a process was agreed upon.
Thank you, my lady. We did in a meeting agree on how the process of assessment was going to happen. What, as indicated by Professor Musa, the multidisciplinary teams at Life Esidimeni would assess the patients and make recommendations. Now, they would do that. It would make sense if Life Esidimeni had prior information on the NGOs that these mental health care users were going to be transferred to, because then that would inform the decision of the multidisciplinary teams. In practice, it did not happen like that because we were not privy to the NGOs that the mental health care users were to be discharged to. And as a result, multidisciplinary teams would assess the patients on as normal, but without knowledge to be able to recommend as to which NGO that particular mental health care user was going to be referred to. We requested from the officials of the Department of the Gauteng Department of Health that we agree on the criteria, we agree on what the NGOs are capable of handling, what kind of mental health care users, and what facilities do they have to meet the needs of the mental health care users. Unfortunately, we did not have that kind of information. Initially, when the process started, with the first 200 patients that were discharged, it was better because then we would be notified in good time how many patients were required to be discharged on a particular day. And the main criteria that was given to us was just the age, from 30 to 45 or something like that. So we would identify those MHCUs and be able to prepare them, get them assessed by the MDT, write up their medical record, make sure that their medication has been packaged. And on the day, in the morning, the officials of the Gauteng Department of Health would come to the facility around 8 o'clock, and each users' details would then, the documents would be put in a folder and the medication packaged properly, and also personal clothing also, and that would be handed over to the officials. The officials will then take control of those and then move on. The identified mental health care users would have been prepared after breakfast at Life Esidimeni, then they would be moved to a holding area where they are handed over to the Department of Health officials, who would physically look at the patient, assess them, and make sure that they are ready for discharge. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. If I may then turn to paragraph 6. Professor Musa says there were follow-up meetings called by Dr. Manamela. It was evident that our concerns were not taken seriously as the termination of the contract was still the agenda. The meeting largely focused on the creation of beds, infrastructure and costs issues at the specialized psychiatrists' hospitals. The clinicians stated to Dr. Manamela that it was not our responsibility as the department clinicians, but rather the clinicians at Life Esidimeni to assess all the patients at Life Esidimeni facilities with a view of categorization in terms of their demographic details, clinical condition, level of functioning, and the level of professional care needed. If I may halt there, Doctor, do you confirm that those would be the broad criteria within which one would wish to identify certain groups of users?
Absolutely true, my lady.
Thank you. Then he says, continuing in paragraph 6, we designed a tool to assist the clinician of Life Esidimeni for population. This information would identify what facilities and services would be required to meet the needs of the patients at Life Esidimeni. We did not receive any information in this regard from Life Esidimeni or Mental Directorate until November 2016. Data was then received from one Life Esidimeni facility, which was analyzed and presented at one of the subsequent meetings. Possible NGO residential facilities that would accommodate the transfer of some of the Life Esidimeni patients were identified by the Mental Health Directorate under Dr. Manamela. Well, if I can stop there, can you recall that information had been requested from Life Esidimeni as referred to herein?
I am not aware of any information that was requested from my office. It might have been directed to the facilities, and but I was not aware of any information. The tool that Professor is referring to, I think it was the handover register, which the Department of Health officials had at handover.
Right. We'll address that with the necessary witnesses as and when the need arises. If I may continue, we requested further information on these NGOs with respect to their location, the number, gender, and type of patients that they could provide for, their staff capacity, status of licenses, and their readiness to accept patients. This appears to be the same type of information that you had requested from the department. Is that correct?
That is true, my lady.
And it would appear, and I'm surmising, that it would have been for the same purpose that Life Esidimeni requested it, that Professor Musa and his team required it, with regard to of patients to facilities.
That is true, my lady.
He continues in paragraph 6, we provided a tool to assist in the collation of the above data, referring to the NGOs. It says no enough information was provided to us. What do you make of that, Dr. Mkachwa, that they specifically requested identified information regarding the NGOs, and he says not enough information was provided to us?
It just confirms the fact that we also did not have full information on the process as such, and also it would have helped us and the Department of Health in managing the process much more effectively. It also indicates the fact why Life Esidimeni was totally against the time period that was offered and needed a more extended time to make it the process as practical as possible and make sure that we all had the necessary data and information about the NGOs that we were going to discharge these mental health care users to. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you, Doctor. If I may then refer you to item 60 under the general documents, is the affidavit of Dr. Rabia Wadwala, A46 on page 1511.
I've got the page, my lady.
Yes, just a second for me. 1511.
Correct, my lady.
Yes.
Do you know, Doctor?
Continue.
Thank you, my lady. Doctor, do you know Dr. Wadwala?
Yes, my lady, I do know Dr. Wadwala.
According to paragraph 2 of the affidavit on page 1511, she says, I'm a major female medical doctor. She completed her MB-CHB at the University of Natal, and the degree was conferred on her on 2 November 1979. And in paragraph 4, she says, I was a medical practitioner with special interest in psychiatry at Life Esidimeni Pty Limited, based at the Randfontein Care Centre. Is it in that capacity that you knew Dr. Wadwala?
Yes, my lady.
In paragraph 5, she says, in my capacity as medical practitioner doing psychiatry, I did sessions at the centre and I was in constant communication with the hospital manager as well as the managing director of Life Esidimeni. Can you confirm that?
That is correct, yes, my lady.
In paragraph 6, she says, in October 2015, I was informed that the Gauteng Department of Health had given Life Esidimeni notice of termination of the contract, with the result that the mental health care users were to be discharged and transferred from Life Esidimeni facilities. In paragraph 7, the issue of discharging mental health care users to their families or placing them in NGOs has always been vexing, as the Mental Health Care Act and the contract with the Gauteng Department of Health Service Level Agreement requires MHCUs to be discharged home or placed with NGOs. Some of the difficulties experienced were 7.1, the family members of MHCUs often do not have the financial means, knowledge or ability to care for the MHCUs. 7.2, MHCUs that were discharged would relapse and be readmitted. And 7.3, the need for mental health care, rehabilitation and treatment is significantly higher than estimated, resulting in a high number of new admissions. Is that also the experience and the view that was held by you and by Life Esidimeni as an entity?
That is correct, my lady.
Yes.
Now, I'm not going to go through the entire affidavit. There was evidence during your cross-examination that Dr. Wadwala, in fact, was asked by the department to assist at some stage. Is that correct?
That is correct, ma'am.
If I may refer to paragraph 17, and this relates to the process once the marathon project came underway. It says, we had time to assess the MHCUs and to prepare them for the transfer. The assessments were done by a mini multidisciplinary team consisting of myself, the social worker, the unit manager, and the ward nurse in the ward, and a written note was placed in the file to confirm that the MHCU was suitable for transfer.
Just a second, this is paragraph
17, my lady, on
okay.
page
All right. Yes,
1514.
Continue.
Thank you. Preparations were then made for the transfer, which included a physical examination by Dr. Kota. Medication for 28 days was requested from the pharmacy, and soft file was prepared with a summary of the MHCU's mental and physical condition. A photograph of the MHCU for identification purposes and a prescription were also included. In addition, a copy of the periodical report was included. The MHC 11 form was completed. Doctor, what is the MHC A11 form?
To remember that one, I can't recall that one. I'll just have to check it out.
Well, we'll come back to it. It's not crucial, Doctor. What is important and that I wish you to comment on, the description of the process and the preparation that was done, as described here by Dr. Wadvala. Can you comment on that?
That is the process that was completed, and as she has stated it, that package for each mental health care user would then be handed over to the Department of Health official.
Right. If I may then refer you to paragraph 25 on page 1516. And Doctor, I do so in the context of your evidence during the course of cross-examination that there were instances where the list or the instruction that was given to Life Esidimeni related to preparation of a certain group of patients, only for it to be changed at short notice at a later stage. Do you recall that evidence by you?
That is true. In the morning of the transfer, on certain days, then the officials of the department would add to the number that was given to Life Esidimeni before.
Right. Now, if one looks at what Dr. Wadvala says in paragraph 25, a few days before 12 May 2016, we were informed that Chepong was ready to receive 70 mental health care users and that they had to be male, intellectually disabled and ambulant medical health care users. Dr. Kota saw the medical health care users and he had discussion with me regarding the identity of the medical health care users from the different wards. Paragraph 26. On very short notice on 11 May 2016 at 1600, the manageress from Chepong called and advised that she could no longer have the intellectually disabled male medical health care users. The Life Esidimeni staff had to prepare female and male psychiatric medical health care users not older than a specified age. The morning of 12 May 2016, we had to select 70 medical health care users who fitted the profile, and they needed physical examinations, records, medication, and prescriptions. Dr. Manamela was present on the 12th, and she went into the wards during the selection process. Although the bus arrived early the morning, it only departed late that afternoon. Doctor, is this the type of incident that you were referring to when you testified about changes made by the department at very short notice?
Yes, my lady, it is.
And Dr. Wadvala says in paragraph 27, these types of changes caused significant upheaval, frustration, and anguish for staff and medical healthcare users. Can you comment on that?
That is very true, because the staff would have planned in a particular way and staffing and making sure that they would meet the requirements of the Department of Health. And also try to talk to the MHCUs to alert them that they would be moving on that particular day to an NGO. When these changes suddenly happened, it just caused a lot of confusion and frustration for the staff, I guess, as well as the mental health care users who have not been spoken to about the transfer. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you.
Thank you. Doctor, you will recall yesterday in cross-examination.
Just a second, my lady. Just a second. Advocate Sibara. The information which my learned colleague is dealing with is contained in the statement of Dr. Wadala.
Yes.
And in my view, this statement talks to aspects which the witness was not present. And as such, is commenting on speculative hypothesis because it does not have direct knowledge of this information. I think the information is contained in the file. The court is in a good position to can adjudicate on the information on its own. I think it's good for argument, this information. As please the court, my lady.
Mr. Van Bergen.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, the reason why I referred Dr. Mkachwa to these affidavits, the one of Professor Musa and also this one of Dr. Wadvala, is that Dr. Mkachwa gave evidence of certain events, certain incidents, certain difficulties that were experienced. And what I am doing is I am illustrating with reference to affidavits by potential witnesses, and if necessary, Dr. Wadvala can be called to testify and confirm her evidence in this regard. I submit that it is important for your ladyship not only to get the statement that there were difficulties, but also an illustration of what those difficulties were in reality, the description as Dr. Wadvala gave it. And my learned friend, Mr. Sibara, is correct. Dr. Mkachwa was not present at all times, but he was informed of these incidents. He was informed and aware of the problems. And this evidence is to illustrate exactly what had happened. As your ladyship pleases.
Thank you. Mr. Sibara, in reply.
My lady, if I can just quickly reflect. My learned colleague is saying Dr. Mkachwa was aware and he was informed. I don't think Dr. Mkachwa was aware and informed of what happened on the 12th of May, 2016. So what I'm submitting to the court, my lady, there was serious pains which were raised during our cross-examination that we are cross-examining on each and every bits and pieces of information which is contained in the case line. In my view, this is the information which the court can reflect, look at it. We can make submissions. I'm quite optimistic that we're going to submit heads to your ladyship to reflect on statements which are in the case line. So, in my view, Dr. Mkachwa was not even present during some of the occurrence. In fact, he was not even there when Dr. Wadala was doing the assessments.
I hear all those, but my question to you is, doesn't this confirm some of the evidence that he himself presented before the court?
My lady,
all what he's doing is just to confirm. Remember, he is now being cross-examined by his own legal representative, which, if we were in a courtroom, one would say is either re-examination, having to deal with what came during cross-examination. So they are dealing with the aspects that were raised during cross-examination. That's how I understand the evidence. And to alert to this court that there are issues that you must know about that confirms the issues that were raised during a cross-examination, which Dr. Mukachwa testified about in his evidence in chief. That's how I understand this evidence.
My lady, I get the gist of the evidence.
The court is, if I may finish, I also take note of the fact that, isn't it his evidence? He has always been saying that I was not omnipresent. As the manager, I had the team.
I get the court's understanding of the evidence, my lady, and I as well understand the gist of the statement of Dr. Wadala. However, my lady, what I'm saying to the court, like for example, the evidence which was read into the record in paragraph 26 by my learned colleague, my AC there, in particular, the morning of the 12th of May 2012. This is what happened. The witness is talking about specific events which happened on the morning of the 12th of May 2016. So the witness was not present in that state. And this information is codified in the case line. The statement is in the case line. And I can see the court is going through with it, and the statement is being read into the record. And once again, I'm reminded in my brains that the court raised issues with prolonged cross-examinations, which now we are sitting on re-exam. I don't know whether it's re-examination.
Well, it's cross-examination.
But let's just accept that this is an inquest, my lady, because my learned colleague is representing Dr. Mukachwa. He would not be expected to cross-examine him logically in terms of the law of evidence. But however, if the court is comfortable with this line of questioning, it's okay. In the event, my lady, if this line of questioning can elicit new information, which will require us to consult and reflect on it, because I've noted that my client's name was triggered here, I'll request that I therefore ask questions again. That is what I'm trying to signal to the court, that this pattern is going to continue and force us to go around on the table, my lady.
All right, no, that's fine. Mr. Van Bergen, you'll just note the whatever you want to note so that the court can be well aware of what you want to put forth before the court.
Please, the court, my lady.
Thank you very much.
Yes, my lady.
Otherwise, I mean, as he's saying, everyone would want to interrogate this statement, but in any event, should the witness be called, everyone will have the opportunity. But let's not open a can of worms.
Well, lady, my difficulty is that, and I alluded to that during some of my earlier objections during cross-examination by my colleagues, is that there was a host of questions that were really not relevant, but that were allowed, and which impugned the integrity of not only Life Esidimeni, but also to an extent Dr. Mukachwa himself.
Yes.
I am entitled, and I am in fact enjoined, to address those issues.
Okay, you
to
may
protect the integrity and the interests of both Life Esidimeni and Dr. Mukachwa. My lady, and furthermore, the evidence here is directly relevant to issues that were raised during cross-examination, such as the absence of records, the absence of medication, and so forth. And this goes to supporting the evidence that Dr. Mukachwa had given. I submit that it is appropriate that
in any event, the court is well aware. If one looks at this paragraph, it shows that indeed on this particular date, this specific witness is the one who dealt with whatever was in his surroundings in the absence of the particular witness that is before court.
As your ladyship pleases, and as I said in my introduction, I submit that this is for the court's assistance to understand the process and the difficulties better.
Yes, but continue.
Thank you, my lady. Doctor, I'm stepping off the affidavit of Dr. Wadvala, but still in the same context. You were cross-examined yesterday by my learned colleague, I think it was Munjerere, and it was put to you that with reference to page 23022 on case lines, that her client, Ms. Ndlovu,
23022.
indeed, my lady, that Ms. Ndlovu would testify that on 10 May 2016, she was sent by the CEO of the Cullinan Care and Rehabilitation Centre to Life Esidimeni Randfontein with an instruction to collect 10 users, but on arrival they were given 26 users who were added on top of the others. And the implication was that this was at the instance of Life Esidimeni. Do you recall that cross-examination?
Yes, I do.
So you agree this would also be an instance where at short notice it seems that there was a change in plan?
Yes, I do.
If I may refer you to page 32028, which is just a few pages on from the page that that cross-examination had emanated from. This is during the arbitration proceedings.
Thank you. I've got the page, my lady.
And it is examination of Ms. Ndlovu by my learned colleague, Mr. Hutamo. And the fourth paragraph, it is Advocate Hutamo who asks, or who says, yeah, the patient's admitted from mental, that is from Life Esidimeni, that is on page 4 in Randfontein in May 2016, that is on 10 May. Do you see that? So do you agree that this would be the same event or incident date that your cross-examination had related to?
Yes, I do.
And Ms. Ndlovu answers yes. Advocate Hutamo, the list of the number of patient, and it goes up to 26 on page 5. And Ms. Ndlovu answers yes, counsel. Then Advocate Hutamo, and what I want to emphasize, that is what I want you to state for the record, is what do you refer to there? The last paragraph there on page 5, which says that the CO, Ms. Inaudible, instructed the team to fetch 10 mental health care users early from Randfontein, but on arrival, the team met Mr. Blome Mashile and Inaudible from the mental health, the directorate from office, who wanted to know what mode of transport they had arrived with to fetch the mental health care users. Now, if I can stand still there, Mr. Blome Mashile from the mental health, the directorate, is that an official of Life Esidimeni?
No, that is an official of the Gauteng Department of Health. She is Miss Salome Mashile.
Thank you. Then they were told it was a 27-seater bus. Then Ms. Glomena contacted Dr. Manamela, informing her that CCRC team should take 27 users instead of the 10. Do you know who Ms. Glomena is?
No, I do not know Glomena.
Is it a person who was part of Life Esidimeni or employed by Life Esidimeni?
Not to my knowledge, my lady.
And he continues, the CO, CCRC, was also called by her and refused to take more than 10. So your plan was to come with 10 patients. And Ms. Ndlovu answers yes. And Advocate Hutamo on the next page, 23029, says, and you ended up with coming up with 26. Ms. Ndlovu, 27, yes, 26, Judge, sorry.
Yes.
Advocate Hutamo, on instruction of this Salome you referred to. And you say that Salome Mashile was an official of the Department of Health.
That is correct, my lady.
So it is clear from this, would you agree, Doctor, that Life Esidimeni had no part in what transpired here, and that it was on the instruction of the Department of Health that this change was effected?
That is correct, my lady.
Thank you. Doctor, I must confess, I said earlier that I had finished with Dr. Wadvala. There is just another aspect I want to refer to. If you could go to page 1517.
I've got the page, my lady.
My apologies, it is 1518. Well, let me start at the bottom of page 1517, paragraph 31. Do you have that, Doctor?
Yes, I do, my lady.
Thank you. She says, Stadfontein Hospital was the hospital we had hoped would admit the bulk of our frail mental health care users who were in need of care in a hospital setting. So the patients or the users involved here, excuse me, are described as frail mental health care users, and yesterday in your evidence you described them as one of the class of mental health care users at the Life Esidimeni centers. Is that correct?
That is correct. The Rand West unit was mainly predominantly made up of frail geriatric patients.
Thank you. She continues, due to the fact that Waverley Care Centre had been given preference as it had closed first, the hospital was simply not able to take all our mental health care users earmarked for admission. Stadfontein Hospital agreed to accept males under 60 with psychiatric conditions without physical frailty or intellectual disability. We had 10 ladies who were too psychotic for NGOs, and it required lots of motivating to get them transferred. Ms. Mashile, that seems to be the same Ms. Mashile that you referred to in the previous context, Ms. Salome, in fact, took the matter to a higher level to achieve the desired result. One lady had to be transferred to Stadfontein Hospital towards the end of June 2016 because she had become verbally and physically aggressive. Then paragraph 32. In respect of Weskoppies Hospital, 2 nurses from there were sent to confirm that we had selected the correct type of mental health care users. We had to present the mental health care users to them, and those who were approved and were collected, by Weskoppies Hospital staff. Doctor, what do you take from this statement regarding the involvement of 2 nurses from Weskoppies Hospital?
My lady, this confirms my previous testimony to say that Life Esidimeni would only hand over patients to a clinical professional and not just to NGOs.
Doctor, and from what is said by Dr. Wadvala, and if necessary, if the evidence leader doesn't call her, then we will do so if necessary. She says we had to present the mental health care users to them.
I don't know whether, do you want to say something, Miss Jerere?
Yes, my lady. Can I clarify something, my lady?
You seem to be having a problem in your background. Just check. I don't know whether there is an echo from your side. Yes, let's hear.
Can the court hear me now?
Continue.
The court hear me now? Yes, my lady. Earlier on, I had
I don't know. We always encounter problems here. Miss Mjerere?
Can the court hear me now, my lady?
Just talk. I'll tell you if I can't hear you.
Okay. My lady, I just want to correct something that was said by my learned colleague, Mr. Van Bergen, regarding the question that I put to the...
I can't hear you.
I will quickly go to Advocate Sibara's office and then
continue
talk to the court.
Come again.
I was saying I will quickly go to Advocate Sibara's office and then address the court from there, if the court cannot hear me from here.
Can you talk now? Now we can hear you.
Okay, my lady. I was saying I just want to correct something that my learned colleague, Advocate Van Bergen SC, had just said regarding...
Please go to the next other office. No. There's something wrong. I can't hear you.
Okay. Yes, please, the court, my lady, can address the court now?
Yes, continue.
Yes, I wanted to rectify or to clarify something here that my learned colleague has said regarding the question that I asked the witness yesterday, Dr. Mkachwa. If I've heard my learned colleague well earlier on, he said when I asked the question regarding the issue of the date of the 10th of May, when my client was instructed to go to Randfontein by her CEO to fetch 10 users, and when she was eventually given 26. If I've heard Advocate Van Bergen well, he said I was basically putting the blame on Life Esidimeni, that Life Esidimeni is the one who has forced my client and other members of the MDT team from Cullinan to take more people than what they were originally told. And if I've heard him correctly, I just want to put it into the record that that is not what I said, with due respect. The point that I said yesterday, I was only emphasizing the issue of Life Esidimeni, whether they were prepared, sorry, my lady, whether Life Esidimeni had prepared
the mental health care users.
No, my lady, the additional 16 people, because the initial arrangement was that only 10 people were to be fetched. And I said when my client arrived at Life Esidimeni with other members of the MDT, they were told that they are to take 26 people. The reason being that they went there with a 27 bus seater. But I never said in any way or whatsoever, or by in any way whatsoever, that Life Esidimeni is the one who forced them to take 26 people. The only issue that I was raising in connection with Life Esidimeni, my lady, was whether Dr. Mkachwa can tell the court if the other 16 people who were added that particular day on the 10th of May were also prepared to for transfer, if their discharge summaries were also prepared as well, if their medication were also prepared as well, together with those ones of the other 10 people who were initially planned to be fetched that particular day of the 10th of May 2016, my lady.
And that was informed by the fact that you were emphasizing regarding the issue of the discharge forms and the medication, if I remember.
Yes, my lady, but it had
Okay.
nothing to do with the fact that Esidimeni is the one that forced my client and other member of the MDT to take 26 people instead of 10.
No, I get that. The
Okay.
court is well aware of the facts. The record is there. Can we hear you in response, Mr. Van Bergen?
Thank you, my lady. I accept what my learned friend is saying.
Yes.
It may well be that I inferred more from the questioning
Yes, I think
than
so.
intended.
Yes.
I think the crux remains that the department at short notice on occasions changed the numbers and then the parties had to deal with it. But I accept what my learned friend is saying.
Yes, that's
Thank
correct.
you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mjerera.
Thanks, my lady. I'm indebted to the court.
Thank you. Please just ensure that your record is your device there is in order.
Yes, please, the court, my lady.
Yes, correct. Continue, Mr. Van Bergen.
Thank you, my lady. Doctor, we're busy dealing with paragraph 32 of Dr. Wadvala's statement, and we had addressed the issue of the involvement of nurses from the Weskoppies Hospital.
Yes, my lady.
Right. Now, I just want to refer you in that context. If your ladyship will bear with me, I just want to get the paragraph number. It is the affidavit of Maureen Mabena, and it is on page 523, 523, amongst the general documents.
Five, 2, 3.
523, my lady.
I have the document, my lady.
Yes, continue.
And I wish to refer you, Doctor, to, well, let me first introduce Ms. Mabena. She says that in paragraph 2, during Life Esidimeni project, I was the Chief Executive Officer at Weskoppies Psychiatrist Hospital situated at Pretoria West under Gauteng Department of Health. Did you know, or do you know Ms. Mabena, Dr. Mkachwa?
No, my lady, I did not meet her.
Right. Now, bearing in mind what was said in paragraph 32 by Dr. Wadvala about the involvement of 2 nurses from Weskoppies Hospital, if I may refer you to paragraph 4 on page 523. Ms. Mabena says the following: the first batch of patients we received were not in good condition and had to be screened from scratch. Now, Doctor, am I correct with reference to what had been said earlier that these would have been frail geriatric patients?
Can we refer to that paragraph again? That refers to the frail patients.
Let me just go back. I must just get my reference.
That was page 1518.
Thank you, my lady.
It starts at paragraph 31 on page 1517. Thank you, my lady, for your assistance. Where Dr. Wadvala referred to Sterkfontein Hospital not being able to take all the frail mental health care users. You'll remember in the second line, yes. Frail mental health care users, and it is perhaps an inference on my part, and we will determine later if it is correct, but she then refers to Weskoppies Hospital.
Yes.
And my understanding is, but I may be wrong about that, so let me withdraw that statement until we have.
I think it's confusing for now. If it can be, yes, if that can be properly clarified or rephrased.
Yes, my lady, I don't want to speculate about it. My apologies.
Please, you shouldn't, yes.
Yes. So if we can go back to paragraph 4 on page 523. Ms. Mabena says the first batch of patients we received were not in good condition and had to be screened from scratch. It would appear that they were not being well cared for. Doctor, these would have been patients who had been selected by the 2 nurses from Weskoppies Hospital, according to Dr. Wadvala's affidavit, not so?
That is true.
Ms. Mabena continues, and she says the medical officers were checking on the patients on a regular basis due to the fact that some had other underlying conditions. Now, if I may ask you, the fact that they were sent to a hospital.
But before you proceed, this thing comes to mind. How does he know, if he's not the author of this statement, to say that these would have been the patients selected by the 2 nurses at Weskoppies? If he can explain this so that one can follow.
My lady, it is with reference to what was stated in paragraph 32 of Dr. Wadvala's statement, which refers to the 2 nurses from Weskoppies Hospital.
Oh, okay, all right.
Involved in the selection of and approval of the patients.
Okay, continue.
The statement continues. Well, let me just read that line again. The medical officers were checking on the patients on a regular basis due to the fact that some had other underlying conditions. They were long-term patients and needed to be monitored. 2 of the patients had chronic heart condition. Now, the question I asked you, doctor, was the fact that they were transferred to a hospital, specifically Weskoppies Hospital, and not to an NGO. Does that tell one something automatically about the nature of those patients?
That is very true. It was Life Esidimeni would always make sure that the mental health care users are transferred to an appropriate level of care.
Thank you.
Yes, continue.
Thank you, my lady. I just want to make sure that I've dealt with this aspect sufficiently. Doctor, if I may then step over to a further, or to another subject. There was reference by a number of the cross-examiners to alleged failures on the part of Life Esidimeni to have provided patients with what was broadly referred to as records without what was meant with records, and also a failure to have provided medication, which you disputed. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do, my lady.
Now, would it be correct that Life Esidimeni operations were governed inter alia by the Mental Health Care Act, number 17 of 2002?
That is true, yes.
Now,
okay, continue.
Thank you, my lady. Section 16 of the Mental Health Care Act relates to discharge reports, and I want to read it into the record. It says the head of a health establishment must, in a prescribed form, issue a discharge report to the user who was admitted for purposes of receiving care, treatment, and rehabilitation services. Doctor, a discharge report, does that equate a patient's entire file?
No, it does not. It is a summary of the patient's condition at that point of discharge. And it also includes what has been done for the patient. It includes the medication for the patient. It also includes a prescription for 28 days if the patient is not discharged to a hospital.
Thank you, Doctor. The regulations promulgated under the Mental Health Care Act, that's regulation number 24384, published in the Government Gazette of 14 February 2003, provides in Chapter 4 under the heading Transfer and Discharge.
In which chapter?
The chapter heading is Transfer and Discharge.
Yes.
Thank you, my lady. Regulation 17 has the heading Discharge Report, and it reads, the head of a health establishment must, in terms of Section 16 of the Act, issue a discharge report in the form of MHCA 3 to the user who was admitted for purposes of receiving care, treatment, and rehabilitation services. Doctor, that just amplifies what the Act itself has said, not so?
That is true, my lady.
Doctor, are you aware of any provision in the Mental Health Care Act that a patient's entire file must be provided to the receiving facility or receiving person on discharge or transfer of a patient?
Not to my knowledge, my lady.
Doctor, the operations of Life Esidimeni would also have been governed by the National Health Act of Act 61 of 2003, not so?
That is true, my lady.
In Section 10, under the heading Discharge Reports, the Act provides as follows, subsection 1, a healthcare provider must provide a user with a discharge report at the time of the discharge of the user from a health establishment containing such information as may be prescribed. Are you aware whether the National Health Act requires the entire patient file to be provided when a patient is transferred or discharged?
Not to my knowledge, my lady.
Doctor, you testified yesterday that practically your entire career as a medical practitioner was spent either in state hospital employ or in private hospital employ, such as at Life Esidimeni. Is that correct?
That is correct, my lady.
In your capacity as a medical officer or even as an intern or a community health officer, community service officer in state employ, did you transfer patients from time to time from one facility to another?
Yes, my lady, on numerous occasions.
And was it ever required that the hospital from which you were transferring that patient also transferred its entire patient file with the patient?
Never asked, my lady.
Doctor, what would the practicalities be for the transferring hospital if it transferred its entire file with the patient?
The transferring hospital would remain without a record of the patient or the mental health care user. As a result, the transferring facility, if anybody needed the complete file, then they would comply with the necessary acts, fill up a form, and request for that information to be duplicated, and a copy of the complete file then we would be made available to the requesting party. Thank you, my lady.
Doctor, if a receiving facility or person had required more information about a particular patient, could that facility or person have contacted Life Esidimeni for that information?
That is true. On several occasions in my experience, when the receiving doctor got the transfer notes, they would, if they had any further questions to ask, they would call back and ask for more information on the patient.
Now, you may not, let me ask the question. Are you aware of any such requests that were received by Life Esidimeni from NGOs or other state facilities such as Weskopje, Sterkfontein, Tara or CCRC, where they required more information regarding users that had been transferred to them?
That was never addressed to my office, and I feel it was appropriate that it should have been addressed with the Gauteng Department of Health, because we had handed over the patient to the Gauteng Department of Health.
Did Life Esidimeni ever receive any request from the Gauteng Department of Health to provide specific information about a particular patient because it was required for such patient's management or treatment?
No, I never received anything from the Department of Health that required specific information on patients. The only thing I received was an email from Dr. Manamela requesting a complete file.
Thank you. My lady, I note, according to my watch, it is 11:13. Would this be a convenient time to take the tea adjournment?
My lady, before you adjourn,
Yes,
I was waiting for my learned friend to finish his examination. My client is ill. She's got a doctor's note. May I ask that she be excused from attending? I have the doctor's note available. It's for today and tomorrow. We will continue, my lady, and she will monitor the proceedings from home on her own computer and send us instructions. But I don't want to be in a position where your ladyship believes that she's with me in the room and she's not, because I'm going to ask, she's here now, that she be excused. You can see her there, my lady.
Okay,
Thank you, my lady.
I think this is the opportune time for us to take a tea break. We will resume at 11:30. Thank you very much. And the witness is warned again.
As it please the court, my lady.
All right.
Yes, please the court, my lady.
Mr. Van Berg?
I am. Thank you, my lady.
Continue.
Thank you, my lady. Doctor, in continuation of the issue pertaining to the alleged lack of documentation and medication, I wish to refer you to the affidavit by Nonseba Cynthia Sinello, that is A16 on page 503, and specifically to page 505. But before I go there, I just want to place on record from the affidavit who Ms. Sinello is.
Just, okay, continue.
Thank you, my lady. Doctor, do you have the page?
Yes, I do have.
Start on page 503. Ms. Sinello says that in paragraph 2, I was previously appointed by Gauteng Department of Health Directorate Mental Health, and the responsibilities delegated to me included overseeing clinics in relation to mental health in the entire Gauteng province. I was directly reporting to Dr. Mokhabu Manamela, who is the former director of Mental Health Directorate. If I may then ask you to go to page 505. And the background of this is that Ms. Sinello, together with Dr. Lenkwane, were delegated as the departmental representatives at the Waverley Life Esidimeni facility during the marathon project. Can you comment on that, whether it's correct, Doctor?
That is correct, my lady.
If I may refer you on page 505, line number 6. So if you can count 6 lines down from the top. The line starts "was closing down." And I'm going to read from the next sentence. Do you have that?
Yes, I do, my lady.
She says, as I was involved in assisting Waverley staff, all patients who were placed were checked and assessed physically by both staff from NGOs and Waverley, and those transferred left Waverley in a satisfactory condition. And we also liaised with laundry people to provide them with clean clothes and shoes. Now, to stand still for a moment, would Ms. Sinello be a clinician, as you had referred to earlier?
Yes, she is, my lady, she is a clinician.
And she states that those transferred left Waverley in a satisfactory condition. I'll continue with the next line. The first batch of patients discharged went with community referral forms together with medication and prescription. Does that correspond with what you had testified would have happened?
That is true, my lady. This is what happened.
She continues and says, we made a request that at least the latest periodical report of the patient be made available. Does that accord with what you testified?
Yes, that is what I have testified on, my lady.
All the patients were discharged with medication, and we never received reports about medication being expired, as we were verifying that in the presence of district coordinators. In Tshwane, it was Rochelle Gordon and Mr. Mogale. So does that, in your view, confirm that the users left with the necessary medication?
Yes, my lady, I am comfortable that our mental health care users left our facilities with the necessary medication.
And she says, before patients were discharged, we were informed that the NGOs were licensed and ready. We were not responsible for licensing. Obviously, you cannot comment on that.
That is true, my lady. I wouldn't know.
Doctor, if I may then refer you to affidavit A28 That is the affidavit of Sophie Thelma Lenkwane. It is on case lines 576.
I've got it, my lady.
Thank you. Yes, my lady.
Yes, continue.
Thank you. Dr. Lenkwane states in paragraph 3 of her affidavit, I am a qualified psychiatric nurse specialist within Mental Health Directorate, and the responsibilities delegated to me include providing support and monitoring and conducting audits of all the hospitals within Gauteng in relation to mental health. I was reporting to Dr. Makgabu Manamela, who is the Director of Mental Health Directorate. So that confirms, does it not, that she was both a clinician and an official of the Gauteng Department of Health. Is that correct, Doctor?
Yes, my lady, it is correct.
If I may then refer you to paragraph 4 on the next page, page 577. Do you have it, Doctor?
Yes, I do have it, my lady.
Yes.
Thank you, my lady. Where she says the following: there were teams established to assist with the assessments of patients at Life Esidimeni after the department.
Pardon me, my lady.
Yes, I'm listening.
Pardon me, my senior, for interjecting. You seem to not be so audible. Your mic is very low. I don't know if I'm the only one experiencing this difficulty.
Oh, Mr. Van Bergen.
Yes, my lady.
Okay.
My lady, I haven't made changes to any of the settings.
I felt that when you started, but it came it came better as you proceeded. So I don't know now. That's why I didn't raise it. Are you still having the problems, Mr. Mapiana?
Maybe.
Yes, my lady. However, I'll just have to
Either you
go
can
close to the computer. It's fine. I can hear him. It's very low.
My lady, what I'll do is I'll speak up and I'll sit a bit closer to the microphone.
Even if you can just increase the volume, if possible.
I shall do so, my lady. Let me just, if your ladyship will bear with me for a moment.
Thank you. That is all.
I'm just going to off screen for a moment, my lady.
That's fine.
Lady, everything seems in order. I'll just speak a bit louder, and if anybody has a difficulty, if they can put up a hand.
Yes. The other option, should you experience the same problem again, is to exit the meeting and join again. Because we never experienced that problem before. I don't know, Mr. Mapianya, can we hear your colleague?
It's still not so audible as before. However, we can hear him. I can hear what he's saying. It's just it needs a little extra effort, my lady.
If the voice can be heard, because I can see him, I don't have any that problem. But what is important now is the voice, isn't it?
That is more important than the face, my lady.
Judge, can I please try to assist? Maybe Advocate Van Bergen can just try to move a little bit closer to his device, because that's where the microphone is.
Okay, all right.
Yes, I've done so, my lady. I hope that it will solve the problem, and I'll speak a bit louder as well.
But I think Mr. Mapianya's problem now is that you are not visible.
No, my lady. It's that he wasn't audible.
Oh, okay. That's why I was saying, yes, if he's audible and we don't see him, it's not a problem, but I can see him myself.
My lady, perhaps to see if it will solve the problem, let me exit from the proceedings and join up again and see if that solves.
But before you do that, do you still have the same problem, Mr. Mapianya? Mr. Mapianya?
Yes, my lady, it's very low.
Oh, okay.
Yes, my lady, it's coming. The sound is coming out very low, my lady.
Yes, my Mr. Lady. Just a second.
My lady, Mr. Mapianya, can you just have a look whether he's speaking?
I can't hear you. Yes, Mr. Late?
Maybe Mr. Just check whether it's or not set to low. Because we don't have any problem hearing Mr. van Bergen here.
I think I will also exit and come back again. Maybe that will clear my...
Mr. van Bergen shouldn't even be doing anything. You are supposed to exit the meeting and join again.
The court pleases, my lady. Let me try that.
All right. But I think he has already done that. Let's wait for him. Mr. Mapianya is now joining the meeting again. Let's wait for him and hear. But it appears that everyone hears you except him. Mr. van Bergen?
Yes, my lady.
It appears the problem should be with Mr. Mapianya. That's why he had to exit the meeting and join again.
I understand. Thank you, my lady.
All right. Where is he now?
I'm here, my lady.
Okay. Can you hear Mr. van Bergen now, if he can try to say something?
Yes, my lady. Mr. Mapianya, can you hear me better now?
Yes, fairly better. It's moderate. It's fine. Kindly let us continue. I was just raising that concern. It's fine.
Oh,
Thank you very much, everybody.
Okay.
I appreciate.
Okay.
Thank you, my
Thanks. Lady. Proceed.
Thank you, my lady. I referred the court and Dr. Kochva to A28, the affidavit of Sophie Thelma Lenkwane, and I was going to deal with paragraph 4 on page 577.
Yes.
Start again. There were teams established to assist with the assessments of patients at Life Esidimeni after the departmental clinicians had objected to be sent to Life Esidimeni facilities for that purpose. On 11 April 2016, I and Mrs. Nontseba Sanello were delegated to Waverley Life Esidimeni in order to assist in fast-tracking the placement of patients into NGOs and hospitals. Because Dr. Manamela indicated that Life Esidimeni staff are sabotaging the process as they were not intending to discharge the patients as expected. Hence, we were to be actively involved. Dr. Manamela told us that if we don't go there to help LE staff to speed up the process, we will not be able to reach the target. By 30 June 2016, which is the expected termination date, and also the department has won the court case. If I can stand still there, Dr. Mkachwa, there was evidence, and it was testified to by the first witness, Ms. Cassie Chambers, that SADAG had endeavored to obtain a halt to the marathon project, but that the High Court in Johannesburg had ruled that it should go ahead. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. Thank you, my lady.
That decision by the High Court, what was the interpretation by Life Esidimeni of its duties?
The decision by the High Court, to us, it meant that we had to oblige to the termination that is indicated by the Department of Health. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you. I'll continue in paragraph 4. Dr. Gail Ure from Life Esidimeni provided us with a list indicating the number of patients, medication, profile, and functionality of the patients. The list was to be used as a guideline to indicate as to whether the patient can be transferred either to NGO, hospital, or be discharged to their families. Are you aware of that list, Dr. Mkachwa?
Yes, I'm aware of that list, and I'm aware of Dr. Ure, who is or was during my time an employee at Life Esidimeni.
Thank you. And then she continues, and this is relevant as regards the point under discussion. We then further assessed the patients utilizing our own nursing experience and expertise. What do you take from that, Doctor? She and Ms. Nello further assessed the patients utilizing their own nursing experience and expertise.
It just confirms that whatever Life Esidimeni was had put on paper to say these are the assessments of the page of the mental health care users, the clinicians from the Department of Health also came in to verify if that information is correct, my lady. Thank you.
Right. She then says, we were also working and guided by LE staff who knew patients for years. That is why we were able to determine that some patients that were initially supposed to be transferred to NGOs were actually not fit to be sent there, but rather to hospitals due to the functionality, resistant to treatment, and continuity of chronic care. Can you comment on that?
I can only say that Life Esidimeni staff was willing and very participative in sharing the information they had with the Gauteng Department of Health officials to ensure that our mental health care users are transferred to the appropriate level of care to ensure continuity of care.
Thank you.
Thank you, my lady.
Thank you.
If I may refer you then to paragraph 5 and line 11. Sorry, line 10. The line starts with hospitals indicating the number of beds. Do you have that?
I've got it. Yes, I do. And thank you.
The sentence following on that starts, we ensured that the patients were transferred with the file that included recent medical history, periodical report, and medication. Can you comment on that statement, Doctor?
This is the confirmation that Life Esidimeni did not release any of our mental health care users without any medical documentation, no medication.
She then says the patients sent to NGOs were given medication for 28 days and those sent to hospitals were given medication for 7 days. That corresponds with what you had testified, not so?
Yes, my lady, it is correct.
After raising a concern that Life Esidimeni is refusing to give us patient files, there was an undertaking that the department would make copies of the entire files to be sent to NGOs and hospitals at a later stage, but that did not happen. Doctor, does that confirm your evidence that Life Esidimeni had tendered the files for the department to make copies if the department brought the necessary equipment to make the copies with?
That is correct. Thank you, my lady.
And then she says, regarding patients, well, I'm not going to deal with that. That relates to issues after the patients had left Life Esidimeni care. If I may then refer you to the affidavit A30 on page 661. That is again an affidavit by Ms. Sinello.
I've got the document, my lady.
Yes, continue.
Thank you, my lady. And well, I don't want to go through it in detail.
Okay.
But it basically confirms that that the necessary, if I can just go to page 663, the third line, where she says the patients sent to NGOs were given medication for 28 days and those sent to hospitals were given medication for 7 days. She then refers to Chepong, which had been dealt with in cross-examination, and she says the initial patients that were transferred were to Chepong NGO in Tshwane and Anani NGO in Esidimeni, and were transferred with medication lasting only 7 days, and we raised concerns and this was later addressed. The patients to Chepong were transported with a military bus arranged by the NGO, and most of the users were transported by EMS planned patients' transport. Doctor, that is then after they had left, and as you testified, Life Esidimeni was not involved any further then.
Yes, it is true, my lady.
My lady, if I may then refer the witness to A8 on page 388. That is the affidavit of Dorothy Sekukune.
I've got the documentation, my lady.
Dr. Dorothy Sekukune's name had previously featured. She was the owner of Takalani. Is that correct?
That is correct, my lady. Takalani and Seho.
And you had testified that you knew Ms. Sekukune and Life Esidimeni had, prior to the marathon project, had dealings with them, and you were satisfied with the quality of the facility, not so?
That is true, my lady.
I just want to refer you on page 389. My lady, I just want to find. Yes. She says in paragraph 7, around 2016, that's when we got involved with acceptance of Life Esidimeni patients. In 2015, there was a meeting that was convened by Gauteng Department of Health, whereby managers attended, and she says that Takalani was involved. And if I may refer you to almost the middle, the line starting also had one ward which was empty. Do you have that?
Yes, I do.
And the next sentence, the process of admitting patients unfolded, and at Takalani was that we would send a social worker, registered nurse, and clinical manager to go to Randfontein Life, which was our pool. On their arrival at Randfontein, they would assess patients, and if they are suitable, they would take them. What does that tell you, Doctor? That the NGO, Takalani, sent a social worker, registered nurse, and clinical manager to assess patients and, if suitable, take them.
It confirms the assertion that Life Esidimeni would not hand over. Whenever they did the handover, they did it from a clinician to another clinician. So this was by consensus between the two parties to make sure that that particular user was ready for transfer.
And she says they were given the last periodical report, medication script, and Form 11, which is a transfer form. There were no comprehensive records received with those users, and Ms. Sekukune will probably testify and explain what she means by comprehensive records. But the fact that last periodical report, medication script, and transfer form was given, does that satisfy you that the necessary was done from Life Esidimeni's part?
I agree. It was all the necessary information that was appropriate for the continuity of care of the mental health care user. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you.
My lady, if I may then refer the witness to affidavit A10, Maletsatsi Elizabeth Mokojoa, and I apologize for my pronunciation. It's on page 397. Do you have that, Doctor?
Yes, I do have it, my lady.
Mohojwa.
Mohojwa. Thank you, my lady. Doctor, Ms. Mohojwa was at Mosejo home, as appears from paragraph 1, and was thus also involved with Dr. Sekukune. Is that correct?
That is correct, my lady.
If I may refer you to page 398, paragraph 9. Do you have that?
Yes, I do have it, my lady.
She says the medical healthcare users from Life Esidimeni did not come with their comprehensive medical records. One can only assume that she refers to the entire patient file, but she will probably clarify. They only came with documents known as discharge form, MHCA form 3, and periodical form, MHCA form 13. On the discharge form, stroke MHCA form 3, the doctor who discharged the MHCU wrote, first bullet, a brief history of where the person is coming from since he or she became mentally ill. Second bullet, if he or she has any other condition. Third bullet, all the diagnosis and treatment that the MHCU is taking, but not a record of how the condition was managed. For example, CADEX, I assume that should be CARDEX, or bed chart. Now, and she continues on the next page. The other form is the periodical form filled by the hospital concerning mental and physical condition, functioning, bracket low or high functioning, close bracket, and family contacts. Doctor, can you comment on what Ms. Mohojwa says the patients received and whether that accords with what you would have expected?
My lady, the statement confirms the fact that all necessary documentation to ensure continuity of care of the mental health care users was received. The reference to a bed chart that would refer to it would include the nursing notes as well, and that is not normal practice to be included in a transfer of the patient from one facility to another. Thank you, my lady.
Okay.
Thank you. Doctor, if well, let's start with the officials of the Gauteng Department of Health. From the affidavits of Dr. Lenkwani and Ms.
Just to interject too, Mr. Mapianya, I see your hand is up?
Yes, my lady, thank you for that. I wanted to object. I can hear Senior Counsel Van Bergen clearly now, and I wanted to object to the previous question that was asked. It seeks to elicit evidence of a hearsay nature.
Which question is that?
Ms. Mohojwa said, she starts her paragraph by saying that LE did not come with their comprehensive medical records. Hence, she's not even being interviewed here. Mr. Van Bergen, Senior Counsel, was asking the doctor to confirm with what he's saying, and she's clearly stating that they did not come with the complete comprehensive medical records. Yes. Hence, I feel that the evidence that we're trying to be solicited there is hearsay. That is all I submit. As it please the court, my lady.
Okay, Mr. Van Bergen.
Thank you, my lady. The affidavits were tendered and accepted in evidence in terms of the provisions of the Inquest Act, my lady.
Yes.
They constitute at least prima facie evidence. And the parties are entitled to verify evidence that is given by any particular witness against evidence that appears from those affidavits.
Yes.
There is no hearsay element involved in Ms. Mohojwa's affidavit.
Yes.
I don't know if my learned friend considers the first line of paragraph 9, the medical healthcare users from Life Esidimeni did not come with their comprehensive medical records. And I interjected at that point and said that she will probably come and explain what she means by that. But there is certainly no hearsay element here. This is her direct evidence. She then continues and says what they did in fact receive. And that is what I requested Dr. Mkachwa to comment on.
Yes.
I dispute that there's any hearsay element involved, my lady.
Thank you, my lady. My learned colleague, I still maintain my submission that he would have no knowledge of anything he would say thereof, except of just the records that form the master bundle, in the master bundle. However, the personal details and small print that Ms. Mahochwa says, the doctor wouldn't know of those things. Hence, I feel that question should not be allowed, or any evidence that comes from there. It won't have any probative value thereof. Thank you.
What do you take to the fact that the affidavits, for the purpose of the inquest, they serve as prima facie evidence because they are there on the record?
I concur with that, Ahmad Idem. That is a when it's what the word I'm looking for is that is common cause, my lady. However, yes, the element of the doctor stating on facts that he will not have personal knowledge of, that are written by the author of the statement, it would constitute hearsay for him to.
But yes, I hear you. But remember, the doctor's evidence is already on record. All what he's trying to confirm here, he's trying to say what this one is stating confirms my evidence that is already on record. Isn't it his evidence is there already? It's not him who's saying this, but he's saying what is stated in this affidavit confirms what I've already told this court. That's how I understand the line of questioning. Is that correct, Mr. Van Berg?
That's correct. That is correct, my lady.
Yes, so the court will take it along those lines, Mr. Mapyang. If there is a need, this witness will come and verify the information, isn't it?
Yes, please, the court, my lady.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, my lady.
Proceed, Mr. Van Bergen.
Thank you, my lady. Dr. Mkhatshwa, if a patient were to have been transferred by Life Esidimeni officials to Gauteng Department of Health officials, and those patients, or users rather, were malnourished, poorly clothed, dirty, unshoveled, what would you have expected the clinicians from the Department of Health to do?
I would have expected the clinician to object in accepting those patients. I would have expected them to raise the concern with Life Esidimeni. And yes, I wouldn't have expected them to accept the patients in that condition. Thank you, my lady.
And following on that, in the chronology of what happened, what would you have expected the staff of an NGO to do if the clinicians of the Department of Health sought to transfer patients into their care who were malnourished, poorly clothed, dirty, disheveled, etc.?
Similarly, I would have expected the NGOs to object to take patients that were not suitable for their setting, and also to raise those issues with the Department of Health so that those are flagged and known immediately. But I wouldn't have expected them to accept patients that are in a very bad condition. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you. Doctor, did Life Esidimeni receive any complaints from the Department of Health regarding any of the patients transferred during the marathon project being malnourished, poorly clothed, dirty, disheveled, etc.?
My office did not receive any such complaints, and I would have expected that if there were any complaints, they would have been submitted to my office. Thank you, my lord.
Thank you. Doctor, following up on this issue of patients who were malnourished, not in a good condition, and so forth, you were cross-examined, and I must confess I cannot recall now who cross-examined you. I believe it was Mr. Sibara on behalf of Dr. Manamela, who said that at quarterly meetings, there were constant complaints about poor care, non-compliance with the requirements of the service level agreement, and so forth. Do you remember that cross-examination?
I do remember, my lady.
And you dealt with it and said that any complaints that would have been raised would have been dealt with, but there were never any such complaints about poor care or non-compliance with the service level agreement.
I agree, and I also indicated the fact that the quarterly reviews were meant to be a tool for continuous quality improvement within the facilities. Thank you, my lady.
Doctor, can you comment on a responsible body such as the Gauteng Department of Health, which emphasized at all times to you that the users were not Life Esidimeni's users, but were wards of the state, maintaining the relationship with Life Esidimeni for 38 years, 20 of which were in the post-constitutional era. If there had been deficiencies as grievous as malnourished patients, dirty patients, sickly patients because of neglect, and so forth. Can you comment on that?
We had a contractual obligation and relationship with the Gauteng Department of Health on the care of the mental health care users. If there were gross breach of that SLA, I would have expected that would have been brought to the attention of Life Esidimeni, and given the terms in the SLA, within those times, if that breach is not corrected, I would expect that the contract would have been terminated. Thank you, my lady.
But instead of being terminated, it was maintained for 38 years, not so?
It is true. And if there were any other issues, there were talks of it going on tender. I don't know what the problem was with the Gauteng Department of Health not putting the contract out on tender. Thank you, my lady.
Did any official of the Gauteng Department of Health, any executive official, at any stage, to your knowledge, on the record state that a reason for termination of the service level agreement was poor care and poor compliance by Life Esidimeni?
I am not aware of any such condition that was put forward. The main condition that was said over and over again was around costs.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Continue.
Thank you, my lady. Doctor, that brings me to the next subject matter, and that is the issue of costs, but I'm going to deal with it together with a continuation of addressing the allegations of patients who were in a poor condition and so forth. You testified, and there was reference also in other evidence, if I recall correctly, to the Gauteng Department of Health having commissioned, my lady, I see that Ms. Foster appears to have a...
Okay, yes, Ms. Foster.
As the court pleases, Mr. Van Bergen, I'm very sorry to interrupt you. My lady, I see that there's no recording sign. I don't know if this...
No, I think we are on record. As I see here, I see it.
Okay, it might be a problem on my side.
Can I check with Irene first? But I can see it's recording.
Perfect. Here. There it says now.
Irene, can you check, please, so that we can be sure?
We are on record, Judge.
Okay. I apologize, Mr. van Bergen. I just saw that the little red dot was not on. I apologize.
Rather safe than sorry. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, my lady. Doctor, I'll go back. The Department of Health commissioned an investigation by an entity called Health Advance Institute into Life Esidimeni's compliance with the service level agreement. Is that correct?
That is correct. It was also going to look at the cost-benefit analysis.
Yes.
Thank you.
And can you recall when that investigation was performed?
Oh, not right off my head, but I know it happened. I can't recall the exact time.
Was it in the time period around about 2014, 2015?
That is true.
The reason why I ask, my lady, is I'm going to refer to it, and I couldn't find a specific date. Page 858, Annexure E1 to A30, to the affidavit A30, which is Ms. Sanello's affidavit. And E1 is on page 858. Sorry, it is 858. It's not E1.
I've got the document. Thank you, my lady.
My lady, I may perhaps just mention that this document was copied in a rather haphazard manner.
Yes, I can see that.
You will note it's upside down. The pages are mixed, and it was rather difficult to reconstitute it. But the page that I wish to start off with is 858, and I must just first find it. The lady will bear with me. Does your ladyship have it?
Yes, I'm on that page.
Doctor, have you managed to turn the page around?
Yes, I have managed, my lady.
It starts off with background, and it says the Gauteng Department of Health awarded a contract to Health Advance Institute to 1, provide a financial analysis of the costs of the care provided by Life Esidimeni, and secondly, to evaluate the compliance of Life Esidimeni with the terms of their service level agreement with the Gauteng Department of Health. You see that?
Yes, I can see it, my lady.
If you can then go to page 868. My lady, I can perhaps just mention, I'm not going to go through this report paragraph by paragraph. I'm going to highlight the points that I wish to emphasize, because it is a lengthy report and I don't want to spend unnecessary time on it. So that is why I deal with it on the basis that I'm going to. You will see on page 868, it starts notes on financial analysis, notes on the financial report. And I want to refer you to paragraph 1, labor expenses. It says the average number of employees per month is all in proportion to the number of beds per facility. Bonang is about 80% more expensive, but this is because the care of children is more labor intensive. To assess if this is reasonable would probably require more of a qualitative than quantitative exercise. The total labor costs are around an average of 53% of total costs, are similar at all the facilities and are in line with each other. Doctor, can you confirm that labor expenses formed a large proportion of the cost structure of Life Esidimeni?
That is true, my lady.
Then secondly, paragraph 2, travel and motor expenses and non-clinical support services and transport to patients. And they say the provider shall provide transport within Gauteng in the following instance. First bullet, where necessary, subsequent to admission of a mental health care user to and from hospitals and other health services operated by or on behalf of the department. Second bullet, to trace or visit the family of a mental health care user in order to engage them in treatment plans, and so forth. And if you go down to the paragraph with the heading result, do you see that? It's the second
yes,
line. They say yes, transport costs were found to be a very well controlled expense. Logbooks are being kept. The Banang, Waverley and Randfontein facilities each have 2 vehicles, Rand West 1 and Witpoort 3 vehicles that are utilized for this purpose. So clearly this investigation was satisfied with the cost containment under this heading. Would you agree?
Yes, I do agree, my lady.
Yes.
If you can then go to page 867. And
I've got the page, my lady.
Yes.
Paragraph 3 deals with property rentals. Did the costs incurred by the health department in respect of the Life Esidimeni services also include rental costs, Doctor?
It included the rental cost.
Right. This is what Health Advance Institute said. The buildings are owned by Life Esidimeni Pty Limited. Apart from Witpoort, the rental seems reasonable if compared to rent rates of, for example, commercial office space. Office space in the Pretoria area vary between 85 to around 200 Rand on average, excluding VAT, depending on the location and offerings at the property. The rental, therefore, seems to be on the lower side of the range. Doctor, does that signify that, as was said in a news report regarding your cross-examination on this issue, that Life Esidimeni was engaged in price gouging?
It confirms the fact that our purpose was not to make money out of the properties, but to be able to maintain them.
Thank you. If you would turn to paragraph 5, the heading is fuel and long-term incentive. Under fuel, it says, sorry, do you have it, Doctor?
Yes, I do have it, my lady.
Under fuel, it says, this was found to be a very well-controlled expense. And once again, logbooks are being kept, and they say this cost appears to be very low for an operation of this nature and size. The vehicles are used for patient transport and other hospital business. Doctor, what is that in your view as the former MD of Life Esidimeni?
It confirms the fact that we had tight controls and we made sure that we are as cost effective and cost efficient as possibly can be. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you.
Thank you. Doctor, if you can then turn to page 869.
I've got the page.
Paragraph 10, food for patients. This cost seems very reasonable. As a comparison, in the audits of a not-for-profit organization where there were around 22 patients, the cost for food per person per day was around 22 Rand in 2011. I unfortunately don't have the comparator at Life Esidimeni, but they say this cost seems very reasonable. Then paragraph 11, maintenance of buildings, stroke maintenance projects. At the Waverley facility, it was clear that maintenance is an ongoing process. It is difficult to assess whether this total cost per facility is reasonable or not. It was observed that certain areas of the inside of the building needed urgent attention as far as maintenance is concerned. Can you comment on that, Doctor? In the context of costs.
It is true that we budgeted capex for each facility on an annual basis, and that was used to improve the living conditions of the mental health care users. Thank you, my lady.
If you could turn to page 870.
I've got the page, my lady.
And look at paragraph 15, catering services. The catering costs per patient per day at Bonang, Randfontein and Rand West are substantially higher than those at the other two facilities. However, when adjusted to cost per patient per day, these differences even out. And then they quote from the SLA, the provider shall ensure adequate mental health care user nutrition. And they say it is not clear what can be included under nutrition, but the quote food per patient per day unquote cost, around 17 Rand per patient per day, and there's a detailed table, is in line with each other and is quite a low figure. Do you see that?
Yes, I do, my lady.
And then under 17, patients' welfare, this is defined as follows. The provider shall provide subsistence items required for mental health care users. Sorry, Doctor, did you have it?
Yes, I have it. Thank you, my lady.
For mental health care users, including but not limited to all clothing, footwear, and personal requirements such as toiletries. This cost includes items related to personal hygiene, also referred to comment 2, and they say the cost per patient per day for personal hygiene purposes was R1.26 at Bonang. It ranged from 45 cents per day to R1.01 per patient per day at other 4 facilities, and it was allocated to the patient welfare line item. Doctor, are you satisfied that the patient's personal care in respect of clothing, footwear, and personal requirements such as toiletries were properly met?
The needs of the mental health care users were properly met, and I was quite comfortable with that. Thank you, my lady.
Doctor, did you, from time to time, yourself visit the facilities to satisfy yourself that there was compliance with the service level agreement?
Yes, my lady. My team, the head office team, would go and visit the facilities and do our inspections and comment on whatever we thought needed to be improved in the facilities on an ongoing basis.
And were you satisfied that the patients that you saw, the users, my apology, the users were properly clothed, that they were clean, and were you satisfied with their general appearance and health?
I was satisfied. There would be 1 or 2 cases where you find somebody who is who needs constant changing, and they would explain at the facility that that particular user needs constant changing and that they attended to it. So post eating, you may find them a little bit dirty, but you know that within an hour they would have been changed into clean clothes. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you, Doctor. Doctor, if you would then please turn, and my lady, to page 762.
I have the document, my lady.
And I refer to paragraph 8, conclusion, where they say, building a model of the service delivery platform from general norms is a useful tool in assessing the cost benefit of an existing service. In the case of the services offered by Life Esidimeni in relation to the SLA, it can be seen that there are a number of factors which allow Life Esidimeni to provide services at a lower than expected cost. Can you comment on that, Doctor?
Yes, our scale allowed us to be able to bargain for lower costs. The mother body also assisted us in making sure that the facilities are managed as cost effectively and efficiently as possible. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you, Doctor. Then, if you would turn, my lady, if you would just bear with me for a moment. To page 766.
I've got the page, my lady.
In the context of what you were cross-examined on, namely that Life Esidimeni was exorbitant, that it charged excessive rates, that all it had in mind was to make profit. I would like your comment on the following findings by the Health Advance Institute. Under the heading Profit, on page 766, they say, of particular importance in the costing of Life Esidimeni services is their stated profit for the year. The profit over all facilities is 29,857,196 Rand on a turnover of 215,746,159 Rand, or 13.8%. They then compare it to other modes in which Life Esidimeni could possibly have invested its funds. Over the same trading period, the JSE all-share index rose from 39,860.84 in March 2013 to 47,770.92 in March 2014, or 19.8%. It is of interest to note that over the same period, profits on investments in health grew by 28%. Doctor, can you make any comment by comparing the profit of 13.8% of Life Esidimeni with the profit on investments in health of 28%?
It gives me comfort to see that Life Esidimeni profits were very low, which meant that the money that the Gauteng Department of Health was paying Esidimeni was effectively utilized for the care and looking after of the mental health care users. And it proves the fact that this was not about running a business as it was alleged, because if it was, we would have aimed to be within the same range as the health industry. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you, Doctor. Then if you could turn to page Lydia, I just want to make sure that this is the aspect that I want to deal with. No. If you could turn to page 783, 783.
I've got the page, my lady.
This now is the part of the report that deals with the contractual compliance evaluation. The first was the financial evaluation, and this now deals with the contractual compliance evaluation. And it is important to have regard to the approach of Health Advance Institute in this aspect. and I'm going to read into the record from that page. They say, since none of the patients who are the recipients of the agreement have the mental capacity to be interviewed, all information for this part of the survey had to be obtained by first bullet, questionnaires, second bullet, patient records, third bullet, discussions with management and nursing staff at Life Esidimeni facilities, fourth bullet, observation by researchers. In order to develop the questionnaires, the service level agreement between Gauteng Department of Health and Life Esidimeni was reviewed. Each component of the contract was defined in an, quote, accessible, unquote, manner to be able to determine compliance. 4 questionnaires were drawn up. Firstly, facility assessment. Secondly, general administration. Thirdly, patient administration. And then fourth, patient care. Doctor, you take note of the approach that was adopted.
Yes, I do, my lady.
If you can then turn to page 794.
I've got the page, my lady.
Yes.
And at the top of the page, it's in a faint light grey print. It says patient care report. Do you see that?
Yes, I can see the report.
Below that, it says the information contained in this section was obtained in order to determine the degree to which the supplier complied with the terms.
Just a second. Is it what was the page? 714.
794, my lady.
9. Yes. Okay. Continue. I'll get that.
My lady. The lady will just bear with me. I must just get the. Paragraph. Yeah, you can then turn to to page 796.
I've got the page, my lady.
Yes. Continue, concern.
Thank you, my lady. If you could look at paragraph 1.6 in the middle of the page. Do you have that?
Yes. Yes, I have it.
The question is, does the patient appear to be appropriately nourished? And under yes, 99% were appropriately nourished. No, 1%. And then there is a note. The one patient who did not look well nourished was ill at the time of assessment. Doctor, what does that tell you about the allegation that patients who were transferred, or some of the patients, appeared ill-nourished or malnourished?
It just confirms the fact that Life Esidimeni was not going to transfer any patient who was not in the proper condition, health condition. And secondly, it sort of clarifies the fact that the allegation that there were malnourished patients within our facilities is not true.
Yes. Doctor, having regard to the fact that there was an interval between this report and the transfer of the patients, is there any reason why Life Esidimeni would have deviated from its standard of care as evidenced in this report?
There would be no reason at all, and we were not given a copy of this report, so I did not know of the contents of this report.
Thank you. If you can go to the next page, page 797, the first paragraph, 1.7.
I've got the page. Thank you.
The question that was investigated was, is the patient clean and appropriately dressed? The answer, yes, 100%. Does your previous comment cover this as well?
Yes, my lady, it does.
If you would then turn to page 820, 820. And this deals with facilities, and the 14.1, the question is, has the department, that would be the Department of Health, inspected the facilities? And yes, 80% of them had been inspected, 20% not. So out of the 5, that would mean that 1 out of the 5 had not been inspected. And then if yes, when was the last inspection? And it has the dates, April, and it varies from April 2014 to January 2015. Then 14.1.2. What issues were raised as a result of the inspection? And the issues documented. Documentation should improve. That's mentioned twice. Social workers' report did not clearly record family contacts and preparation of discharge. Next bullet, in infection control, the issue was that the hand washing materials should be put in every hand washing sink. Next one, incomplete nursing interventions. Doctor, there were allegations put to you about broken windows and facilities that were not up to standard. What is your opinion on those allegations in the light of the only complaints that were raised by the department as per this report?
It confirms what I indicated in my response to say that Life Esidimeni was continuously maintaining the facilities, and the broken windows would be fixed as they happen. And yeah, thanks, my lady.
Right, if you would turn to page 827, 827.
I do not have 827 in my document.
That would be A30 and E2.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay.
Sorry, 827, my lady.
827.
As the court pleases.
All right. Thank you. I've got it. Thank you so much. Sorry about that.
I want to refer you to paragraph 24, which has the heading complaints. Do you see that?
Yes, I can see it.
24.1. Have any complaints been received from patients or relatives? And the answer is yes, 100%. The 100% in the context of the report means that complaints were received from patients or relatives at all 5 facilities. Then 24.2, if yes, 24.2.1, how have these been handled? In all cases, management attempts to correct the problems. Problems have been related to food, tuck shop times, etc. Doctor, can you comment on the range of complaints that were received by Life Esidimeni from patients or relatives, and whether that accords with the finding by Health Advance Institute?
It fully accords with the finding made in this document, and the various facilities always made, and whenever they received a complaint, they would address it as soon as possible and make sure that if there's any issues around tuck shop times, they try to adjust it to meet the needs of the mental health care users and address the complaints that were raised. Thank you, my lady.
Doctor, can one deduce from what is said here, these findings, or can you comment on allegations during cross-examination pertaining to lack of patient care ill health, and so on in the context of this finding?
This report proves that what I have been saying previously is true, and these allegations are unfounded. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you, Doctor. If you could then go to page 829.
I've got the page, my lady.
If I may refer you to paragraph 2, the heading is patients. Do you see that?
Yes, I can see it. Thank you, my lady.
Under that heading, question A, are patients clean and neat? Yes, 100%. So that would be at all 5 facilities. B, are patients well nourished? Yes, 100% at all 5 facilities. Does this bear out what you have said at all times regarding patient care, appearance, and nourishment?
It fully confirms that, my lady. Thank you.
If you would then turn to page 831.
One. Thank you. I've got the page.
This is the analysis that was made by HAI, and it says, as can be seen from the above reports, there is generally substantial compliance with the terms of the SLA. The following items are presented as areas that may require further investigation or review. First bullet, in most cases, there is not an intention to achieve a dischargeable status within 1 year. Secondly, in most cases, there is not a record of milestones achieved in the patient's file. Thirdly, documentation of progress achieved needs to be complied with. Fourthly, staff do not feel that they have made every effort to explain the management or treatment of the patient to the patient and oblique or family. 5, weekly rehabilitation meetings are generally not taking place. 6, PRN, that is, as needed medications have not been divided into minor stroke short-term medication, for example, paracetamol for minor pains, stroke pyrexia or sedative stroke tranquilizer types of medication, which could be used as punitive therapy for disorderly patients. The SLA does not specify types or purposes of PRN medication. Next bullet, regular feedback to families take place in only 75% of those where initial contact has been made with the family. Next bullet, not all facility managers understand that it is part of their responsibility to try to find alternative accommodation for the patient. Next bullet, containers for disposal of sharps were not evident in all nursing units. Next one, most staff have not had training in first aid. Doctor, is there any issue here that pertains to patient well-being, malnourishment, not having proper clothing, being dirty, etc.?
No, I do not see any mention of that. Thank you, my lady.
And if one then goes to page 833,
I've got the page. Thank you, my lady.
Conclusion. The Gauteng Department of Health entered into a service level agreement with Life Esidimeni for the accommodation and care of mentally challenged patients. This agreement has been in place for several decades, and the department wished to determine if it was getting value for money and whether or not the supplier was complying with the terms of the SLA. On the basis of the information collected relating to the financial management of the service, the suitability of the facilities to accommodate the patient's general administration of the service, excuse me, and the quality of patient care provided by the supplier, Health Advance Institute has complied with this comprehensive report that we believe its contents are enough to assist the Gauteng Department of Health to make sound and evidence-based decisions with regards to financial planning, management, and decision making. And then it deals with areas to be improved, and we've already dealt with those. Doctor, is there anything in this report that causes you concern that Life Esidimeni had failed in its obligations towards the users entrusted to its care?
Nothing that I've seen so far shows that we failed the mental health care users that we were tasked to look after in terms of their care and looking after. It just confirms the fact that our primary goal was to make sure that the mental health care users are well looked after and made sure that they receive the necessary level of care in terms of their medical conditions and psychiatric conditions that they had. And that it gives me satisfaction to note that the money that the Gauteng Department of Health paid to Life Esidimeni was effectively utilized, and there was no misuse of funds within Life Esidimeni. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you, Doctor. If you can then turn to page 834.
I've got the page. Thank you, my lady.
Doctor, can you identify this document?
Yes, I can identify the document. Thank you very much.
What is it?
It is a letter where the Gauteng Department of Health was replying to our application for a tariff adjustment for the year 2013-14.
Doctor, perhaps just look at the bottom of the document on page 835.
Oh, okay, thank you. Sorry, this was our application to the Department of Health for tariff adjustment 2013-14. Sorry about that.
Right, Doctor, it's a letter dated 11 April 2013. It's addressed to the acting head of the Department of Health. It's addressed to Mr. Biela, and it says in the heading Tariff Adjustment 2013/2014, Life Esidimeni Gauteng Mental Health Facilities. And in paragraph 3, it says the following: Life Esidimeni herewith submit the business case proposal justifying the tariff as requested in your letter. 3.1, the company's cost increases for the 2012-2013 year was 6.7% as detailed in Annexure A. Cost increases are based on actual wage increases as negotiated with NEHAWU. Can you just identify what NEHAWU is?
NEHAWU is the labor union which represents NEHAWU stands for National Education Health Allied Workers Union.
And were the Life Esidimeni staff, specifically nursing staff and so forth, members of that union?
Yes, they were members of the union, my lady.
So as negotiated with NEHAWU and CPI to 31 March 2012 as per statistical release P0141. All supporting documents are attached. The department granted the company an increase of 3%, resulting in a shortfall of 7.9 million as calculated on Annexure A. Doctor, do I understand this paragraph correct, that despite the cost increases having been 6.7%, an increase of only 3% had been granted by the department for the year 2012-2013?
That is correct. Thank you.
Paragraph 3.2, the company's cost increases for 2013-2014 are estimated at 6.6% as detailed in Annexure A. Cost increases are based on actual wage increases as negotiated with NEHAWU and estimated CPI to 31 March 2013, we attach statistical release P0141 for February 2013, indicating CPI at 5.9% and an increasing trend. However, because the 2012 increase granted was lower than the company's cost increases, a tariff adjustment of 10.4% is required to bring the tariff to the required level, excluding the shortfall in 3.1 above. Doctor, can you, in lay terms, explain what was Life Esidimeni seeking to attain here with the request for this increase of 10.4%?
Life Esidimeni was trying to address the deficit that was suffered in the previous financial year in order to make the provision of the service as viable and uninterrupted at an optimal as we could do within the Life Esidimeni fold. Thank you, my lord.
In 3.3, in order to adjust the tariff to a level where cost increases are met and the 2012-2013 shortfall is addressed, the tariff needs to be adjusted by 14% to 301 Rand 51 per patient day, including VAT, as calculated. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes, madam.
So is the 14% the increase that was requested by Life Esidimeni?
That is correct, madam.
And that is, as you state here, to meet cost increases and address the shortfall created by the 3% increase that had been given, whereas costs had risen by 6.7%.
That is correct, yes.
3.4, should no agreement be reached on the 2013-14 tariff by 1 May 2013, the company will invoice the department at the interim tariff as per clause so and so. I won't deal with that further. And then paragraph 4, as a result of late payment of the company's invoices by the department over the last 3 years to 31 March 2013, the company has incurred interest charges of 6.9 million as detailed on Annexure A. The company requests that invoices for these interest charges calculated in terms of clause 4.2.7 of the SLA be settled promptly. Now, Doctor, does this mean that despite the fact that a budget had been negotiated and agreed with the department, that the department did not pay in terms of the agreement on the dates as it should have?
That is true. There were times where the Department of Health, Gauteng Department of Health, did not pay within the stipulated time frame as contained in the SLA, and Life Esidimeni had to go and request for subsidy from the mother company, Life Healthcare.
And was that done without interest, or did Life Esidimeni have to pay interest on those loans?
We had to pay interest on those loans, and that is the reality of it.
So
thank you.
An amount such as this 6.9 million, which had been caused by failure on the part of the department to honour its commitments on time, would that have been over and above the negotiated tariff for any particular, well, for that particular year, 2013?
We usually negotiated with the department, and we negotiated with the mother company to offset some of the interest, or a percentage of the interest, and that would be then whatever has been agreed upon will be deducted from the tariff adjustment request.
Yes. Doctor, you were referred by my learned friend Mr. Hoders, SC, to the table in which the budget amount was shown and then the actual expenses incurred, and he referred to discrepancies in that the actual expenses had exceeded the budget amount. You remember that?
I do remember, my lady.
Would an amount such as the 6.9 million in interest, would that form part of the excess over the budgeted amount?
The budgeted amount, well, when we budget the amounts for the facilities, once we've agreed with the budget and gotten it approved, we would then discuss it with the officials of the Department of Health, and we were not entitled to know what their budget was like. However, we do not know what informed the Gauteng Department of Health budget for the Esidimeni facilities. So there would be discrepancies in how we budget and they budget for the facility if we were not speaking as it was during my tenure.
Thank you. Doctor, if you could then turn to page 839.
I've got the page. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my lady. I must just find a note that I made, if your ladyship will bear with me.
Okay.
My lady, perhaps I should first refer to page 836.
Yes.
I've got the page. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. You will note that this is Appendix 2 of the HAI report, and it's assessed compliance with the SLA. And you'll see that they say to indicate the degree of compliance, the assessed level of compliance, we have used the following Likert type scale. A means full compliance at all facilities, 100%. B, good compliance overall, but lacking in some facilities, 75% to 99%. C, roughly even distribution of compliance and non-compliance across facilities, 50 to 75. And then D and E are poor compliance and no compliance. Now, against that background, if you could turn to page 839.
I have the page, thank you.
The bottom of the page, there's a heading, non-clinical support services and transport. Paragraph 4.1.3.1, this is now from the service level agreement. The provider shall provide subsistence items required for patients, including but not limited to all clothing, footwear, and personal requirements such as toiletries. And an A is given 100% at all facilities. Do you see that, Doctor?
Yes, I see that.
You would then go to the next page, 840.
Are you looking at the time? It's now a minute before 1 o'clock.
My lady, I'm going to be probably another 5 minutes on this. It's a convenient time to stop at this stage, my lady.
Okay. If we may check, you do still have a lot of questions, just to check if the next witness will be able to start with us not long.
My lady, I suspect that I will probably be at least another hour.
Okay.
My lady,
yes.
Before you adjourn, sorry, just a matter of housekeeping. This would appear to be the HAI report that's been referred to previously. Just for clarity, I'd respectfully request your ladyship to ask whoever's responsible for filing this document to put it in the correct order. It's upside down, pages are missing.
Yes.
They filed incorrectly. It's impossible to follow unless you have a
Very
knowledge of it.
inconveniencing because not all of us are well acquainted with this.
Yes, my lady.
This is part of the initial documents.
Yes, my lady, and it starts at page 759 on page 31 of the report. And then it's misfiled, as Mr. Van Bergen had said previously. So I would respectfully request that it be put into the correct order, even if we add it somewhere later, and start from page 1 to what would appear to be the final
evidence leader is listening. Mr. Late, are you there?
I am here.
Yes, you saw this document. It doesn't look good at all. It's upside down and some of the pages are misplaced. So if you can, I don't know, if you can just look at the document and check so that it can be in a proper form.
Can I just have the page number again?
Yes, sir. If I can just record it for Mr. Late.
Even then, before we go to the page, the whole document is upside down. It's not all of us who are well conversant with
Yes, I'll see what I can do about it.
Mr. Late, it will assist you. It starts at page 759 on its page 31, but from 759 and through to 846. But it's incomplete because at 759 it starts on page 31, as Mr. Van Bergen had said, and it goes through to 846. But we would need, I think everybody, including her ladyship, would require the complete document in the correct page numbering because it's incorrect here. Thank you, my lady.
I'll have a look at it. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Late.
Thank you.
I support that, my lady.
I think then we can take the lunch break. What is the time now? We will resume at 2 o'clock.
As your ladyship, please.
Yes, please, the court, my lady.
Thank you. The
May
witness.
it please the court, my lady.
Thank you.
As the court pleases, my lady.
As the court pleases, my lady.
We have now reconvened. The witness is reminded that he's still under oath. I think, yes, you may proceed.
Thank you.
I hear there is some noise in the background. Can we then proceed? Thank
you, my lady. Doctor, before the lunch adjournment, I referred you to the to Appendix 2 of the HAI report, assessed compliance.
Yes, just to interrupt you, Mr. Late.
I'm really sorry to interrupt, Mr. Van Bergen. I just want to inform all the people that the document, a new version or the complete version of the document has been loaded on case lines. It's I put it in the last in section 403 named exhibits.
Section 403.
But the document is also to be found on page 19432. Further on, the same document.
Thank you very much. Yes, you may continue.
Thank you, my lady. Doctor, I referred you to page 839.
If you can just put your name down, your hand down, Mr. Late.
Seems that we may not have. There we go.
Okay, yes, we were on page 839.
As your ladyship pleases. Doctor, I referred you to the heading Non-Clinical Support Services and Transport, paragraph 4.1.3.1, where the following is quoted from the SLA. The provider shall provide subsistence items required for patients, bracket including but not limited to all clothing, footwear, and personal requirements such as toiletries, close bracket, and an A was allocated indicating full compliance at all facilities. Do you want to comment at all on that? Doctor, you're muted. If you can just unmute yourself, please.
Apologies, my lady. It was our endeavor as Life Esidimeni to ensure that our mental health.
There's something wrong there, please. Can you assist the doctor that side, Miss Marriott or Mr. Late?
Thank you, my lady. It was our endeavor at Life Esidimeni to make sure that our users are properly looked after. They had the clothing and all their personal toiletries and the like, or at all times. So the finding is accurate. Thank you, my lady.
Then at the top of page 840, the next page, paragraph 4.1.3.2, the provider shall ensure adequate patient nutrition as specified in Appendix 3. We have already dealt with that. It was found to be 99%. The 1% was one patient who had been ill at the time, but an A was given under this item. Does that also meet with what you would have expected?
It does meet our expectations. We had a dietitian who looked at the food that was being given to the mental health care users. Thank you, my lady.
Well, in fact, Doctor, on the very next page, and I'm jumping ahead a bit, under item E, dietitian services to ensure appropriate nutrition of patients, there is also an A.
Thank you. That is true.
Right. Then
that is page?
That is on page 841, my lady.
Okay.
Paragraph C. Sorry, E for echo. Then back to
just a second. I don't know. This document is now under, I don't know what happened when I went for lunch. I don't think I'm on the correct page, 841. I don't know what's happening here. Because this one has got the, from 8 is it 839?
My lady, sorry.
Yes.
The document my lady friend is referred to is annexed to the statement of Cynthia Sinelu.
We can't hear anything. I think you are not audible enough.
In the docket.
I concur.
That was part of the
No, there's an error. We can't hear anything. I don't know because.
Okay, that was part of the case docket. I rescanned it and uploaded it to case lines.
Which one now? Is it the document that you were talking about?
That's correct. This Health Advance Institute the report. It's now on the case lines section 403. I still have to figure out exactly how to get that one to the bottom.
Section 403,
but it's 403. It's right at the top. Right at the top, it starts with page 1. If maybe Mr. Van Bergen can use that one, I think it's much clearer.
I don't know if it won't confuse him because he is now prepared in terms of the previous.
I was asked to load to reload.
No, it's fine. Can you refer me to the specific page yourself?
I don't have the page, my lady.
Oh, I thought you were going to assist in terms of. I can see here this is much clearer. And is there anyone who got it who can assist?
My lady, I would love to assist, but I don't. I've reloaded case lines, but I don't have item 403.
It's just on the top at the top before.
It's at the first.
I've got it. I'm there, but I don't know the page number. I can see the other things that Mr. Van Bergen had referred us to previously.
My lady, perhaps what I can do to avoid confusion.
Yes.
I'm going to refer to the page number of the report itself.
Yes, that will be much better.
Thank you, my lady.
You will just follow it because the previous one also has those page numbers. Then you can just check as to what is the page on case line. Okay, continue.
Yes. Let me just get to the appropriate page, if your ladyship will bear with me.
My lady, I'm sorry to interrupt. Perhaps if I can just come in here, I'm just a bit concerned that it seems as though because this exhibit has been loaded first, carry pages, because this exhibit now has been loaded first, 403 is at the top. It's numbered 1 to 116. Does that not mean that all of the notes we've taken so far and all of the page
does it now mean that?
Does that mean that all of the that we've noted so far might now actually be out of sync by 116 pages throughout the rest of case lines and below? Under those circumstances, it would be best if this is actually added to the end of the case lines bundle.
May I assist, my lady? I did try to load it to the end, but I didn't have time because I had to use my whole of my lunchtime to get it scanned to my email and upload it. I just loaded that temporarily, so that Mr. Van Bergen can continue with his cross-examination, and then I'll find another space to load it so that it doesn't interfere with the rest of the numbers. Mr. Van Bergen made a very good suggestion to refer to the page numbers of the report itself.
Yes, you just update us once you have loaded it properly. Then you will tell us as to where it is, isn't it?
I will do so, my lady.
Okay, let's just continue because it's only temporary here.
Yes, thank you, my lady. My lady, the page number that I wished to refer to is page 102, and Murphy's Law seems to have stuck its neck out because on the new document, case lines 111, it is report page 101, is followed by report page 103. So page 102 does not appear to have loaded for some reason. I just want to check if it's not. There seems to be missing page numbers, my lady, because if one looks at case lines page 113, That is report page 104. It is followed by case lines 114, which is report page 115. So it would appear that there are still difficulties with this document, my lady.
But now I don't know. How are we going to proceed? Mr. Late, shouldn't you be given an opportunity to load this document properly, because it's going to cause serious problems here?
Yes, I tried. I put the whole document in the scanner and I scanned it. I'll just have a look whether it's where something went wrong, because the whole document was scanned. There was no obstruction or whatever. I don't know why the document didn't scan. But I have it with me. But Mr. Van der Bergen, I don't know whether he's going to finish with this cross-examination today, or if he wants to take another line.
It really creates a problem, because we can't follow his cross-examination because of this.
I understand that, my lady.
If I may interrupt, and my apologies to Mr. Late, I'm quite confident that I will finish before 4 o'clock, even if there is an interruption now, say, of half an hour, to assist Mr. Late, if he can sort this out in half an hour.
So what can we do now? Because it appears it took his whole lunch hour
My lady,
for him to get it right, and it's still like this. I don't know.
Yes, my lady, the other possibility is that the document that was loaded now be removed, and we use the document that was previously used with
the previous one. But I don't know. In fact, why I indicated that I was lost. I had a problem to locate the previous one because I was on page 840, but it didn't seem as it was the document that you were referring to.
If your ladyship will just allow me to have a look.
I don't know whether the others are able to follow.
My lady, if I might interrupt, I think that is what Mr. Now I forgot his surname. I wanted to say it now shift all the pages, 116 pages on. So Mr. Van der Bergen referred you to page number 840, but it's actually page number, it's 116 pages less than what, or more than what I think.
Okay, the best solution is to remove this one, and then he will sort it out later, so that we can just proceed, because we proceeded with it as it was in the morning.
My lady, what I can do, and my apologies for perhaps interrupting your ladyship, if your ladyship would go to page 956.
Yes.
That is the page that I'm on.
But Mr. Late, how about removing this document?
I'm busy with that, my lady.
Okay, all right. People didn't mute themselves. They are busy talking. We are in court here, please. Yes, I'm on page 956.
Thank you, my lady. That is page 102 of the HAI report. May I proceed, my lady?
Yes.
Thank you. Doctor, are you on that page if you go to 956?
Yes, I am. Thank you. Oh.
Thank you. The heading is under paragraph 4.1.3, clinical rehabilitation and related services. And the subparagraph under that, my lady, I suspect that Mr. Late's microphone is on, which is now echoing.
Mr. Late? Thank you.
Thank you. The subparagraph under that, 4.1.4.1, the provider shall provide all the services required for the clinical care of patients for the condition for which they have been admitted, and for other illness that may occur during the admission and can be treated in the care facilities. These services shall be in line with the department's policies and protocols for these categories of patients. The services are detailed as follows. In the first one, paragraph A, patient care, including appropriate personal care, dressing and hygiene for those who cannot manage these functions independently, as specified in Appendix 4A. And an A was allocated by the reviewers. Doctor, how does that impact, in your view, on the allegations that the patients didn't have appropriate clothing, were dirty and unhygienic when they were transferred?
Thank you, my lady. This is contrary to the allegations leveled against Life Esidimeni.
Yeah, something is not right.
Thank you, my lady. This is contrary to the allegations leveled against Life Esidimeni, and there is no reason why the standards would have been lowered by Life Esidimeni.
Sorry, my lady, I just want to interpose my colleague here. Is it page 956?
Yes. And
On my side,
the paragraph is, you look at, there is a heading paragraph 4.1.3, and he has just referred the witness to paragraph 4.1.4.1.
My 956 page, my lady, of the case line is blank. It says document end.
My lady, perhaps if
look at 840.
If Mr. Subara can go back to 840.
Ah, okay.
840.
Thanks a lot, my senior.
Oh, that's the problem that I also had. If the document, yeah, no, it's so confusing, yeah? All right.
It is.
The document is confusing, my lady.
Yeah. But Mr. Late will have to sort it out. It's okay. Can we proceed?
Thank you, my lady. If your ladyship can then go to page 772. Paragraph 4.1.8. The heading is financial requirements and reporting, and I will read all of them. There are 4 items into the record. 4.1.8.1, the provider shall extract and send audited annual financial statements of all facilities providing service to the department within 3 months of its financial year end, and it received an A. 4.1.8.2, the provider shall submit a breakdown of expenses with supporting documents in relation to this agreement to the department on a quarterly basis, and that got A, qualified by an I in brackets, which in the explanatory notes means that this was an inferred assessment by the reviewers. 4.3.1, the provider shall allow the department free and full access to the care facilities at any time for either scheduled or unscheduled assessments aimed at monitoring and making recommendations on the standard of care of the patients and keeping records. Such assessments shall be undertaken by suitably qualified staff of the department and or by external consultants commissioned by the department, and an A was given by the reviewers. The last item under that heading is 4.3.6. The provider shall supply any information necessary to measure the indicators in Appendix 7 and any other relevant information that may from time to time be required by the department in order to assess performance in terms of this agreement, and an inferred A was given. Doctor, against the criticism expressed about the difference between the budgeted amount and the actual spend by the department in respect of Life Esidimeni, what is your comment on the inference that was sought to be drawn from it, that Life Esidimeni had increased its costs to the detriment of the department?
I think this report clarifies that and makes supports the assertion by Life Esidimeni that prices were not inflated, prices were, tariff adjustments were requested in line with the increase in costs for the service.
Doctor, and if one looks at the 4 items under the heading Financial Requirements and Reporting, would you agree that according to Health Advance Institute, Life Esidimeni was completely transparent in all its dealings, enabling the department to have investigated fully any charges made by Life Esidimeni?
That is correct, my lady.
I may refer your ladyship and Dr. Mkachwa to page 778.
I have the page, my lady.
Paragraph 3.1, just below the middle of the page, says the provider shall ensure that patients are provided with nutritious meals. It's actually a duplication or triplication already of what has been said, also an A. Under paragraph 4.1, the last block on that same page, staff shall give daily attention to the hygiene and personal appearance of all patients, especially those unable to care for themselves, also an A. And on page 779, paragraph 4.6, staff shall ensure that on a daily basis, patients are independently or where appropriate with staff assistance out of bed, dressed in clean clothing, except if circumstances determined by a medical officer, and inferred A. Doctor, what is your comment on these assessments against the allegations of patients who didn't receive proper care, didn't receive proper clothing, were dirty and unkempt?
This report is a true reflection of what happened at Life Esidimeni. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you.
Thank you. Doctor, I am not going to refer further to the Health Advance Institute report, but I wish to refer you to the arbitration record, item 48 on page 17933. Well, that is where it starts. It is the, sorry, not the arbitration report. It is the report by the Health Ombud, headed the report into the circumstances surrounding the deaths of mentally ill patients, Gauteng Province.
I have the document, my lady.
Thank you.
Yes, I also have it.
Thank you, my lady. If I may refer to page 17964. And this is referred to purely by way of background. This records in the right-hand column under the page heading, the decision by the Gauteng Department of Health to terminate the contract precipitously with Life Esidimeni. The first bullet point in the right-hand column, that the cost of care at Life Esidimeni was not sustainable. That was raised as a reason, and then if one goes to the next page, 17965, in the left-hand column, the third paragraph, which is in italics, the further statement was it was to cut costs, save money, and avoid problems with the Auditor General. Now, against that general background, Doctor, would you please go to page 17972?
I've got the page. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you. Doctor, unfortunately, the quality on my page is not very good, but it is still readable. I trust that yours will also be readable. But there is a table headed Table 4, average cost per day per mental health care user by facility. Do you see that?
Yes, I can see that. Thank you.
The evidence is already on record that the cost per patient per day at Life Esidimeni was 320 Rand. Do you recall that, Doctor?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
That appeared from the cross-examination by Mr. Hoder's SC. If one now looks at this document, sorry, it also appears from the first line of the table. Life Esidimeni 2014-2015 budgeted cost, 2,200 users and 320 Rand per day with a monthly cost of 9,920 Rand. Below that, Weskoppies Psychiatric Hospital 2016 budgeted cost with 140 mental health care users. Doctor, can you put on record what the cost per day per mental health care user was at Weskoppies?
It was 1,960. Thank you, Milo.
More than 1,600 Rand higher than the cost per day at Life Esidimeni, translating into a monthly cost of 60,760 Rand, it would appear. Do you agree, Doctor?
I do agree, my lady.
At Sterkfontein Psychiatric Hospital, they had 77 mental health care users placed at a daily cost per user of 1,386 Rand. You confirm that that is what the table says?
Yes, that's what it says, my lady.
A monthly cost of 42,996 Rand. Now, Doctor, may I perhaps inquire from you, Weskoppies and Sterkfontein hospitals were, as their names imply, hospitals, which means that there was a medical component, a medical treatment component, and facilities which were perhaps, or which were absent from Life Esidimeni. Do you agree?
I agree. Thank you.
Would that, to a certain extent, explain the higher costs there?
It does, and it is known that hospitals are quite costly per bed.
But would that explain the vast difference entirely between the costs at Life Esidimeni and at, as opposed to Weskoppies and Sterkfontein?
We would have to have a full view of the financial analysis of the facility to compare line by line and be able to justify it. But it is knowledge that Sterkfontein of Weskoppies has got full-time psychiatrists and psychiatric nurses that are looking after the patients. Right. Thank you, ma'am.
Doctor, would it be fair to suggest that Cullinan Care and Rehabilitation Centre can be more properly equated with the type of services that would have been available at Life Esidimeni facilities?
I fully agree, because the Life Esidimeni facilities were also just care and rehabilitation centres.
According to this table, they had 141 mental health care users placed at a daily cost per user of 1,486 Rand. So even though it was a facility with a comparable service structure to Life Esidimeni, there appears to be a much higher cost involved. not so?
I confirm it is so.
Doctor, I'm not going to refer to the NGOs because that is in a completely different category. But if one looks at this difference or the differences between the 320 Rand of Life Esidimeni cost per patient per day compared to Westkop, Sterkfontein and Cullinan, and more specifically Cullinan, does this afford evidence for a conclusion that Life Esidimeni was exorbitant and engaging in price gouging?
These figures contradict that that allegation, and it shows that Life Esidimeni facilities were cost effective. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you. Doctor, I'm stepping off the issue of costs, and I want to turn to the cross-examination. My lady, I just want to get to the relevant page. Doctor, you were cross-examined by counsel for Ms. Rochelle Gordon, and it was put to you that Ms. Gordon would testify about mental health care users who had been transferred ill and without clothing and so forth. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do, ma'am.
May I refer you to page 408?
I've got the page.
I should perhaps start at 407. That is the affidavit A13 of Rochelle Catherine Gordon. And I want to refer you specifically, let me first introduce Ms. Gordon as per the affidavit in paragraph 2 on page 407. She says, I'm currently the mental health coordinator in Tshwane district of the Gauteng Department of Health. My duties include the following. Firstly, support visits to primary health care clinics. Secondly, do multidisciplinary pre-audit visits with psychiatrist, nurse, occupational therapist, environmentalist, social worker, nutritionist, and mentalist. Thirdly, conduct full audits with non-profit organizations, NGOs. Fourthly, providing feedback and time frame on outstanding issues to NGOs, and so forth. Do you see that?
Yes, I can see it. Thank you.
Ms. Gordon, according to this affidavit, was involved in the transfer process. And if one looks at page 408, I just want to find the place. Paragraph 6, she says the following, and this relates to the cross-examination of yourself. On the 12th of May 2016, I was present when the patients from Life Esidimeni Waverley Care Centres started to be placed under the care of the NGOs. I and Mr. Mohale signed for the patients, but Dr. Sophie Lenkwane and Ms. Nontseba Sinelo kept the documents where we signed for discharged mental health care users. Now, if I can stop there first, Doctor, can one infer from this that the transfer of the users was from the Gauteng Health Department's clinicians, Dr. Sophie Lenkwani and Ms. Sanello, to Mr. Mohale and Ms. Gordon?
Yes, I would. That would be my take on this matter. Yes. Thank you.
Secondly, she specifically states that the documents where we signed for discharged mental health care users were kept by Dr. Lenkwani and Ms. Sanello. Would that mean, to your knowledge, and if you don't know, then just state that the Department of Health of Gauteng kept separate records of the users' transfers and from whom to whom it was effected?
That is my understanding too. Thank you, Mali.
So the department should at this stage be able to provide copies of those documents. Would you agree?
I fully agree.
Right. Now, she says further, most of the mental health care users from Life Esidimeni Care Centre were sick and weak and should have been referred to hospital and not NGOs. Some mental health care users had medical files, whereas other patients only had transfer forms. Not all the patients were in possession of identity documents. Now, against that statement, Doctor, specifically the allegation that most of the users had been sick and weak and should have been referred to a hospital, did Life Esidimeni have any part in the decision where these mental health care users were to be referred to?
Not at all. It was the officials from the Gauteng Department of Health who decided where these mental health care users would go.
As was demonstrated earlier with reference to the affidavits by Ms. Sanello and Dr. Lenkwani, they appeared to have taken part in the selection process of the users to be transferred. Do you recall that?
That is correct. Yes, I do recall. Thank you, Miley.
Furthermore, those patients or users, once they had been prepared by the staff of Life Esidimeni, were then handed over to Dr. Lenkwani and Ms. Sanello, not so?
That is correct, yes.
And you had earlier in your evidence today indicated that if they had been of the opinion that any particular patient was not fit for transfer, they should have refused to accept that patient for transfer. Do you agree?
I do agree.
There appears not to have been any such refusal, but from this affidavit, it appears that they then transferred in turn to Ms. Gordon and Mr. Mohale, who accepted them without demur. Do you agree?
I agree.
I think there is a hand there. Let me hear. Is that Mr. Mapianya?
Yes, my lady.
Mm.
With all due respect, my lady, I feel my senior counsel, Van Bergen, is
Van Bergen.
Van Bergen, yes, my lady.
Somebody is talking in your background. Can you ask them to? I don't know what is happening that side. And we can't see you.
Am I visible?
You are not.
Is that better, my lady?
Your face doesn't appear. We just don't see you. We don't have, I don't know whether your camera is on or what is happening. Yes, now you.
Can you see me, my lady?
Yes, you can talk now.
Yes, my lady, what I felt is that my senior counsel is, for a lack of better terminology, asking questions on is leading the witness on manufactured evidence. The statement that we are looking at here, if I can go to it, paragraph 6 states that
which, okay, let me go there.
Page 408 on the master bundle, my lady.
Yes.
Rochelle Catherine Gordon.
Yes.
My lady, she clearly states here that some patients, not all the patients were in possession of identity documents. The patients were, she's stating that files were missing, and even when they were handed over to the officials of GDOH, they were still missing. Hence, what my senior counsel was stating is out of context of what the original person who wrote the statement was saying. It brings in the dangers of manufacturing evidence, my lady.
How does it do that?
Yes, my lady, because he's stating that the documents were given to GDOH, the officials thereof. Your Mohale, Dr. Sophie Lunkwane, and Nonkeba Senelo. However, if you look at the statement, it says kept the documents where we signed for discharged mental health care users. It's not talking about the totality of documents which encompasses the medical files and all those. These are just the forms that were spoken about then. Those forms of, I forgot what they said, form MHA1 or to that effect. Those are the discharge forms they are talking about. It's not talking about the totality of the, hence it was out of context, and that is all I wish to submit, with all due respect to my learned senior.
I'm not sure. Well, let me hear Mr. Van Bergen, but I'm not sure that I understand what you are trying to, the message that you want to convey.
Yes, my lady, I will also clarify.
My lady, I am also a bit at a loss at understanding exactly what my learned friend's objection is.
Let me hear him. The hand, I don't know whether he forgot to put his hand down or... Mr. Mapianya?
I had forgotten to lower my hand.
Okay, please. Okay, continue, Mr. Van Bergen.
Thank you. My lady, your ladyship, it's trite that one of the purposes of cross-examination is to test evidence. And one of the ways of testing evidence is to weigh it up against probabilities. I've already, during the course of the questioning up until now of Dr. Mukachwa, set out what the probabilities would have been according to him. And I am testing what Ms. Gordon is saying in this affidavit against what the probabilities would have been. And I submit there's...
That he's saying the statement is quoted out of context. That's what he's saying. Mr. Hoodis, do you want to say something before
Yes, my lady, if I may.
Yes.
My lady, this has dragged on for far too long, and Mr. Van Bergen is leading his own witness and cross-examining his own witness. Your directive was made at a later stage. At paragraph 15, you agreed that where it's your witness, you should lead them up front. So he's now cross-examining his own witness on the probabilities and putting a version to his witness. We've heard it the whole day. With respect, my lady, my argument at the end of the day will be that it's got no merit to conduct it like this. This is his witness by his own account. It's his client that is cross-examining and putting a version to after everybody's already cross-examined. So with respect, my lady, it goes against, and I know it was at a later stage, your directive at paragraph 15, my lady.
Yes, but
that's why in essence I agree.
Remember the directive came at a later stage. I can understand your point. Maybe that is the problem that he's facing.
No, my lady, but the problem that this creates is now new evidence is being led in what ordinarily would be regarded as re-examination. And then everybody's going to apply to re-cross-examine the witness. We're going to start all over again. So it's going to carry on endlessly with respect.
Mr. Lead?
My lady, I would beg my learned friends to understand that we are dealing with an inquest. This is not a trial. All the witnesses that testify in this inquest are the court's witnesses. They are not the witnesses of the separate legal representatives. The legal representatives are only here to see to the interests of such a witness when that witness testifies in an inquest. They are the court's witnesses. And I would like to use this opportunity to ask your ladyship to rethink your directive, because I only received it yesterday. I never received it from Irene. I received it via one of the other representatives.
Just a second. I thought everybody received it on Friday.
Sorry, my lady.
Yes, I thought everybody received it on Friday, because I kept on saying yes.
I only received it
What is the problem with that? Because I thought it's easy. It is easy for a legal representative to lead a witness, so that we should avoid things like this happening. I don't know what.
That is why my learned friends must understand the purpose of an inquest and the process of an inquest. You are allowed to cross-examine any witness, because the witnesses are the court's witnesses. There's no party in an inquest.
Yes, correct.
All the witnesses are the court's witnesses, and the court is and its inquisitive procedures. So if a person wants to cross-examine his own witness, he can do so. Even I, as an evidence leader, and I think that is why Mrs. Stevenson proposed that the legal representatives lead their own witnesses, because she was under the impression that I am then not allowed to cross-examine a witness if I had led that witness. But that is not what the law says. There's case law that says that the evidence leader can lead the witness and can also cross-examine that witness, because the witnesses are not the state's or the defense's or whoever's witness it is. It is the court's witnesses. That is why it's tradition and it's practice that all the witnesses are led by the evidence leader.
All the witnesses. So what happens where you find that, like the way the directive has been formulated, where a legal representative wants to lead that specific witness that he is representing in an inquest?
Yes, then he can request from the court to lead that witness. And because it's a court witness, the court has the discretion to allow that.
All right.
But in general, I have had calls from legal representatives to ask me to lead the witnesses that they represent, because they also want to question last in the inquest.
The same as what is done by Mr. van Bergen.
Yes, it brings me then to the objection of Mr. Mapuenya. He's representing
Mr. Mapianga. Yes.
He represents
Upilong
Sirman,
yes.
Upilong Sirman. There's no evidence by this witness that in any way refers to Bopelong Sirman.
Correct, yes.
Those mental health care users that were fetched on the 12th of May didn't go to Bopelong Sirman.
They have nothing to do with Sirman, yes.
Yes. Why does he want to object? His purpose in the inquest is to see to the interests of Bopelong Sirman.
Yes.
And that is why we are not parties in this matter. We are the court, we are the witnesses, and we are the evidence leader. And that is what the difference is between a criminal court, a civil trial, and an inquest, because it's inquisitorial procedures, and that is how an inquest normally works.
If I may, thank you very much, evidence leader. If I may, my lady, I would like to directly respond to that.
Yes, I think before I give you that opportunity, let me hear Mr. Huedes first. I think his hand has been up.
Thank you, my lady.
Yes,
my lady. The point is the following: your ladyship made a directive. Everybody sat back, and I was under the impression, as I'm sure that you are, my lady, too, with respect that they were going to comply with your directive. I'm quite happy for this to remain like this, my lady, but then I'm putting it on record now that after everybody's cross-examined Ms. Machlanga, I'm going to cross-examine her myself and put a version on record right at the end of everything, after everything. It just seems to be putting everything in a reverse order. That's why Ms. Hassim had put it in her directive. I adapted it in mine, and your ladyship adapted it in your ladyship's final directive, and everybody seemed to comply. Either that must be removed, my lady, or
if I may, before you proceed, remember, this witness started testifying at the time the directive wasn't there. That this particular directive that we're talking about. So
I
you must
recorded that. I'm in agreement with your ladyship. Yes, I agree. That's why
I adopted that, but now it has been adopted. I agree, and I thought these were the things that were discussed in the meeting. But we must take it. Remember, Mr. van Bergen, during the cross-examination of this witness, he indicated at the beginning that he prefers, as the representative of this witness, to cross-examine the witness once everyone has done so, and that was accepted. So whether the directive came, this directive came late in the process.
I'm fully aware of that, my lady.
Maybe what we should do, yes, in any event, the other thing is that we understand that this is an inquest, right? It is not a trial. If you feel like you are not happy with the directive, remember at the end of the directive, I indicated that this is subject to amendment. If you feel that you are not comfortable in it, cross-examination being conducted by that particular legal representative, the way it has been suggested, we can debate that at a later stage once this witness has finished testifying.
No, my lady. What I'm recording is that I will be doing the same with my witness.
You want to do
the same with my witness? Okay. Cross-examine her after everybody's cross-examined.
I hear you. Then
thank you. And I'm happy.
Okay, no, that's fine.
Thank you, my lady.
Thank you.
My lady, if I may, I wanted to respond to the evidence leader on 2 points only. The first is the evidence leader, with all due respect, is talking about another NGO, which is Tepang, and the 12th of May. However, I would like to state this, that the problems are the same throughout for all NGOs. Hence, it is relevant also to Bepilong. And the point that he was talking about is the same point that we also, hence in my defense, when we did our cross-examination, we took out the gist of our defense by talking about the transfer. So that is very much relevant to even Bopilong. Point number two, the evidence leader was talking to about it, the witness being a court witness. My lady, with all due respect, I stand to be corrected. I feel that even though it is a court witness, the rules of evidence still apply. They still apply. Ordinary rules of evidence still apply ordinarily. That is all I wish to submit in that regard. Thank you very much for being given the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Mapianya, but you don't deny the fact that this is an inquest, this is not a trial, and the proceedings here are inquisitorial, right? You don't deny that.
No.
You know, we shouldn't put so many things to this. The fact of the matter is that the record speaks for itself, and this witness, you agree that he has never said anything regarding Bupilong so far. It especially pertaining to that particular paragraph, right? We know your defense. It is on record, isn't it?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Can we pass this? Mr. Van Bergen, where are you? Can you proceed, please?
Thank you.
Just a second, my lady. Just a second.
There is Mr. Sibara now. Let me deal with Mr. Sibara.
Yes,
Mr. Sibara.
My lady, I align my argument with Advocate Hodas AC. Okay. I think the structure it became a bit convoluted when the evidence leader lead a particular witness, for example, Dr. Mkacho, and my senior Dan, who represents the interests of Dr. Mkacho, then cross-examine, re-examine later. It will be best if the two can harmonize the environment by either deciding it's either the evidence leader relinquishes the position of leading a particular witness and they hand over, for example, to my senior advocate Van Berken, because for a fact, the fact is as follows, Malit. My client has been following us before lunch, then she got cut off after lunch. Then there were issues she was sending me during the evidence through cross-examination by my senior. Then that is fresh and new. How do we then challenge that piece of evidence? How do we then respond to that piece of evidence?
Yes.
The court can guide us in that respect, because for all intents and purposes, we'll have to request the court to stand down the matter, consult on that piece of evidence, come and re-examine. Is going to create a roller coaster ride.
Yes. So that is why then you agree with what is contained in the directive. If I understand what you are saying, yes. So I said, can I hear Ms. Hasim before I conclude my statement? I think, and there is Mr. Pinar also. Yes, Ms. Hasim.
My lady, my hand was also up before my learned friend. Yes. I'm also on the queue, my lady.
Yes, I didn't. You were no longer visible, so I thought you were no longer proceeding. Okay, fine.
My learned colleague wishes to go before me. She may do so. I'll wait.
I'll wait my learned senior to proceed, my lady.
Okay. So,
lady, my point is simply that we had a case management meeting and we had an opportunity to make submissions to this court on the process in the context of whether the proceedings should be virtual and so on. The court provided us the opportunity to make submissions on the procedure. And the parties did make submissions, and we did have in-depth discussion at the case management meeting, which then culminated in the directive by this court. And all I request is that we comply with the directive, and particularly paragraph 15, so that where there is a witness that's legally represented and that is going to testify, that witness be led by his or her legal representative.
Yes.
Cross-examined by others and then re-examined if necessary.
Yes, but now, okay, I get that. But do you agree with me that prior to us having that case management meeting, we didn't have that directive? That directive is a result of what culminated in the meeting. So that is why we are faced with this situation.
That is correct. And by that time, this witness had already proceeded with his testimony.
And Mr. Van Bergen had already indicated that he wanted to cross-examine the witness at a later stage.
And nobody objected.
Yes.
And I don't think that because of this one instance with this witness, the directive should be upturned.
Yes, correct. All right.
Thank you, my lady.
I'll give Mr. Late the opportunity to respond at a later stage. Can I hear there was Mr. Vuku?
Yes, my lady, thank you.
Do you come before Mr. Olifir, or do you want him to go first?
I'll come after Mr. Olifir, but preferably before Mr. Late, because I think Mr. Late would want to respond to what I'm about to place on record.
Okay, all right. Mr. Olifir, do you want to say something? Mr. Olifir?
May it please the court, my lady, I'm not Mr. Olifir, I'm Pinar.
Oh, Mr. Pinar, why am I calling you? My apologies, I don't know. Yes.
My lady.
That's why you're quiet when I say Mr. Olifir. Now I'm looking at you, you're not doing anything. My apologies, Mr.
Yeah,
Pinar.
that's right. Thank you, my lady. My lady, may it please the court. think, and it's my personal opinion in this regard, that we're confusing the common law rules of presenting evidence.
Yes.
And well aware of the fact that this is a formal inquest the court is engaged with.
Yes.
I think because of a misnomer of referring to what counsel is going to do leads to a measure of confusion.
Mm-hmm.
I understand the situation of Mr. van Bergen, but I do believe, and I also to a certain extent agree with Mr. Udez, but I do believe that the correct procedure, even where it's inquisitorial and not adversarial, is that if the evidence leader calls a witness on instruction from your ladyship as the court of inquest,
yes,
and the evidence is presented, whoever is presenting that witness has a right of re-examination unless the witness becomes a witness that is unfavorable towards the party representing him or her. And that's not been the case here.
No.
The way I understood Mr. van Bergen's submission to your ladyship was, I want the right to re-examine. And the purpose of re-examination, because what I find what Mr. van Bergen's been doing is to clarify and elucidate issues that may have become clouded by previous counsel's cross-examination of his witness, Dr. Makachwa.
Yes.
Once it's seen in the light that what's happening, for example, if my witness, who I'm representing, is called by the court or
the court,
by,
and
instructing Mr. Late to present the evidence or lead the evidence, it means that witness doesn't stop being my witness, who I'm representing. I'm still representing that witness. But should unfavorable issues be extracted from that witness, I have the opportunity in re-examination of clarifying, elucidating those aspects or those issues. And that's in accordance with the common laws of evidence regarding presentation of evidence. And this applies not only in a jurisdiction as ours, where we have an adversarial system, be it civil or criminal, but also in inquisitorial jurisdictions. That right remains, and it cannot be changed at willy-nilly. And the way I read your ladyship's directive is not for it to be interpreted contrary to the accepted and common law rules of evidence.
Yes.
And as such, I do not find an inherent contradiction in your ladyship's directive of practice that was handed down in this matter. But if we have clarity on the fact that Mr. van Bergen is elucidating issues in his Dr. Makachwa's evidence that may have become clouded or shrouded in uncertainty, he now has an opportunity in re-examination, because the nature of his questions is re-examination. It's not cross-examination to indicate that Dr. Makachwa is not a credible witness. He's elucidating clouded issues.
Correct.
And I think once we apply the common law principles of evidence, there's no problem. The way I asked, and that's my submissions, my ladyship, to you. I do not find an inherent contradiction in your practice directive.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, my lady.
Yes, Ms. Savoko.
God please you, my lady. My lady, I want to agree with my learned colleague, Mr. Pienaar, in as far as he has placed on record what the rules and evidence and the process of calling witnesses and examining in chief a witness in an inquest proceeding. However, I think where him and I go separate ways is when he is on the interpretation of directive number 15. Yes. My interpretation of directive number 15, I interpreted it exactly to be in contradiction to the common law rules of practice. And and I accept that I joined the proceedings late. However, because
which proceedings today?
Yes, no, the inquest.
No, the case management meeting.
Yes, my lady. However, immediately upon the issue of the directives, in particular directive number 15, and I think Mr. Late was speaking about me, I then wrote him an email and I said to him, I would want to lead my own witness. And he said, yes, and there were other technicalities which are not important for the topic now in front of you. So where Mr. Pienaar says to your ladyship, when does cross-examination arise, where you are representing a person or where you are in those circumstances where one is the evidence leader? Even in those circumstances, I think for even myself as a representative of Dr. Libete, cross-examination can only arise even in Mr. Late's own position once there's a declaration of hostility on a witness. However, I am happy to allow Mr. Late to lead Dr. Libete, subject to a final pronunciation on directive number 15, because I interpreted it to mean there's an election. So I elected to cross-examine Dr. Libete because I've consulted with him. I've been through the proceedings with him, and our preparations were far in advance. But because the issues are the same, the documents on which we know Dr. Libete wants to place before you, I'm going to share that document is being prepared. After these proceedings, I will share it with Dr. Late, with Mr. Late. But for my position, I really thought maybe there should be a final pronunciation on regulation, on directive number 50.
The directive. Okay, thank you. Mr. Late? Is there any other person before I hear Mr. Late?
Yes, my lady. I need to clarify one aspect, please.
Okay, Mr.
Lady, there's a lot of confusion in the addresses to your ladyship concerning re-examination and cross-examination. According to Mr. Pienaar, this is an elucidation in the form of a re-examination. With respect, nothing could be further from the truth. The whole version has been put to this witness and the so-called elucidation. If one has regard, by way of one simple illustration, my lady, at paragraph 12 of C1, his own statement, he said he's never seen the report, that we spent the whole day of Mr. van Bergen putting a version of the report to him and him just agreeing to everything that's put to him. These are leading questions. This isn't re-examination. Re-examination to clarify issues where you cannot, it's impermissible to use leading questions. Every question the record will reflect that's been put to this witness has been a leading question akin to cross-examination, not re-examination. So there's no elucidation. There's a brand new version coming out at this late stage of his testimony. If you look at paragraph 12, you'll see he's never seen this report. He thought he'd see the report, and now he's given a whole day's testimony on this report where a whole version has been put to him. These are leading questions.
Come again?
These are leading questions. If one has regard to his own statement, C1, the clearest example is he says he's never seen the HAR report. We spent the whole day listening to a version of the HAR report that was put into his mouth by his counsel.
But
those are leading questions.
Why did you people not object to that? While the evidence, why didn't you object to that at the time to say, refer to the statement, this is this, and...
No, my lady, with respect, Mr. Sibara did object. and you let them proceed. No, he did object, my lady. It's a matter of record. It's there.
Okay,
Sibara said these are leading questions. You're putting leading questions. You're putting a version to him.
No, but
I'm
now
going to have to reopen. It was placed on record, and your ladyship overruled him.
Okay, Mr. Wodes, but you are now saying to me that the witness in his evidence, he mentioned specifically that he has never seen the report.
Yes. And now version on the report put in by his own counsel.
Did Mr. Sibaya say to me, did Mr. Sibara alert the court that this is not stated in the witness statement?
No, not long before that he said these are leading questions that have been put, and then he's going to have to cross-examine on this new evidence. He said it earlier and he said it again now. He did say so, my lady. It's a matter of record.
All right.
So my issue is this isn't re-examination, my lady. This is cross-examination, and as I said, I'm happy to go along with it and do the same with my clients.
Yes, but before you do that, this must be cleared. It's something that with this witness, maybe we must finish with this witness, then from there, with the next witnesses, if you feel that this is not what is supposed to be done, and you feel that I don't want this to be repeated, we must clear it now.
I'm the one that raised it, my lady.
I'm saying to you, remember that what Mr. van Bergen is doing, it is something that was he indicated before we had agreed about that what is contained in the practice directive.
Yes, my lady, but it's a whole new version that's coming out under cross-examination that's going to be on record now, unanswered by any of the witnesses that have never had the opportunity. So then the same rules must apply to the other witnesses with respect. This is meant to be an objective witness, a general under the list of general statements, whereas we've got implicated witnesses on, and I'm very happy to do it the same way, and I've made that a matter of record, and your ladyship agreed to it.
Okay, no, it's fine.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Late, before we...
My lady, may I perhaps address your ladyship before Mr. Late, because he can then deal with whatever I want to say as well?
Okay.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, at the outset, my understanding of the processes at inquests accords with that as put on record by Mr. Late.
Yes.
That witnesses are the court's witnesses, that the evidence is presented by an evidence leader, and that a cross-examination follows then.
Yes.
It is for that very reason, my lady, that I requested that insofar as witnesses who were previously attached to life Esidimeni were involved, I would like to question them last.
Yes,
because
correct.
If Mr. Late were to present their evidence and I would be the next one to question, I would not have a right of re-examination. And it is for that particular reason that I reserved or requested your ladyship to be allowed to be the last to question those witnesses.
Yes.
And in the evidence that I've elucidated from Dr. Mkhatshwa, I disagree with my learned friends regarding the statements.
The HR report.
Specifically the HAI report. My lady, I have confined my questioning to issues that were raised during cross-examination, and I have referred to nothing that was not contained in the record on case lines. It was available to all parties. They could have used that in their cross-examination if they had wished to do so. So it is not a completely new version that has been put. It is, in fact, as Mr. Pienaar correctly said, clarification of muddied waters. And I submit that the way in which it was done, by putting what was said in the report, the HAI report, to the witness and asking him to comment thereon, there is nothing untoward with that.
But just before you close that one, what Mr. Wodes has submitted is that in the statement C1, the witness has mentioned that he has never seen the HR report. Now you have led him on that report. Now it's new evidence.
It is not new evidence. There is no conflict there. He hasn't seen it before. The HAI report as contained in the...
Mr. Sibara, I've noted you. I want Mr. Van Bergen to finish his argument first, or his submission. And I've also noted, I think, oh, okay.
My lady.
Is that Mr. Wooder's hand there? Whose hand? I see there is a Lawrence. I don't know who that is. Who is that?
My lady, it was me. It's from before. I apologize.
Okay,
it's
thank you.
I apologize.
Yeah, this is confusing. Please, Mr. Sibara, I don't know what are you going to follow? Did you want to raise something, or it was also a mistake, Mr. Sibara?
Yeah, I wanted to put on record, my lady, that.
Okay, wait. I'll give you the chance. Can I hear Mr.
Thank you, my lady.
Mr. Van Bergen?
My lady, there were allegations made about patients who had been malnourished, patients who didn't have clothing, patients who were dirty, etc. The HAI report presented a picture of what the standard of care was at Life Esidimeni, and it addresses specifically those aspects which which Life Esidimeni is said to have failed to comply with.
Yes.
I submit that there is nothing wrong in me then having regard to what is said in the HAI report and to put that to Dr. Mkhatshwa, even though he had not seen the report previously. And I can assure this court and my colleagues that I had not discussed that report with him at any stage prior to his evidence. So there is untoward in that. It is not a new version. It is putting a counter version to the allegations that had been made. And I submit that there is nothing untoward with that. It is not new evidence. It counters the allegations that have been made, and it is evidence that has already been admitted on a prima facie basis under the hand of the evidence leader. My lady, I have no difficulty if the other parties adopt the same position that I had. If they want to question their witnesses last, they may approach this court. I submit that your ladyship is in a position to regulate the procedure in this inquest. And if a party wishes to lead his or her own witness, they should be allowed to do so.
Yes, that is I take it that what I had put in the directive, it's not contrary to the process that is being followed, because as it was discussed, I take it that Mr. Late is also comfortable in continuing to lead the witnesses as the court would have loved him to do. But if a specific party wants to lead his or her own witness, I don't see any problem. But I thought these are the common law principles that one should adopt. And you must remember that I wouldn't have put this in a directive if it wasn't discussed and agreed to by the parties.
As your ladyship pleases.
Yes.
Lady,
Mr.
Yes, my lady, just to close off, I have no difficulty whatsoever if Mr. Herders wishes to lead or to reserve his examination of Ms. Kidani right to the end. That's his prerogative. I can't claim to deal with the witness in a certain manner and dispute that the other colleagues don't have the same ability to do so. And I submit there's nothing.
If you would all remember, yesterday when we started talking about the next witness, I even asked as to how are you going to proceed, because I thought everyone had the directive which was issued on Friday, very early in the morning. I thought everyone, I don't know, and I don't understand why the other people would say they didn't receive it. That is why when we started on Monday, I kept on saying, please read your directive. If you remember well, from Monday, I've been saying, please acquaint yourself with familiarize yourself with the contents of the directive. But I don't see that as a contradiction as alluded to by the others. I want to hear Mr. Sibara before I close this issue, and there is Mr. Late.
My lady, if I can just
maybe
try
before I hand over, I hear Mr. Late, Mr. Sibara can address us.
My lady, I think it's going to be best. There's going to be this type of a challenge as we go on.
Yes.
I think we should appreciate that this inquest is a bit sui generis. It's a bit big. We've got a number of witnesses. To resolve this problem, my lady, I think at the end of perhaps maybe, for example, the representative of a particular witness, after that representative has cross-examined, the court can just open a bit of the floor that anybody wants to clarify questions from the representative of the particular witness. The parties gets maybe 5 minutes each. The court be strict on that. That will harmonize everything. Just to give the party the best opportunity, and because this is sui generis, in most cases like today, my learned colleague, my senior, has introduced a number of new evidence, and which I was trying to consult with my client telephonically. However, as she's down with a fever, we're having difficulties with connectivity. So we're not going to try and delay the proceedings, my lady. We can finish with this witness. If there's any need for us to clarify some issues with this witness, we'll make a formal application to have him recalled, because Dr. Mkhatshwa has been on the witness stand now. I think it's over 2 weeks now. We should as well be concerned about him. He has been sitting here for over 2 weeks. So, my lady, one other thing which I wanted to raise, the evidence leader, Advocate Lade, mentioned that Advocate Mapyanya, he does not have a right to object. I think that is not correct. Precisely
did he
because
say, just a second, just because I don't want to be misled, did he say he does not have the right to object, or did he mention that the particular paragraph that was referred to didn't even implicate or say anything about the person he's representing? That is what he said.
I think I misunderstood him. Let me just respond quickly to that aspect.
Okay.
My lady, notwithstanding the fact that I'm representing Dr. Manamela, I'm the officer of this court.
Correct.
If the information which has been put across, I've noted it to be inaccurate, irrespective that evidence implicate my client, I have a right to object and raise it to the interest of the court.
Okay.
So if notwithstanding the fact that the evidence does not implicate Wipilong Suruman, if Advocate Mapyanya's objection is proper, the court has got the prerogative and the powers to rule on it. So that position, I think, it's a bit misplaced.
Well, okay, continue.
Those are the 2 points which I want to raise, my lady.
Thank you very much. Mr. Pinar, do you want to come in before I allow Mr. Late?
May it please the court, my lady. I have one single issue I want to refer to. And
yes.
My lady, we must not lose sight of the fact that if a witness has been represented and the representative of that witness is of the opinion that an unfavorable light has been cast upon his witness when re-examination is being performed. That is the way that representative has an election to make, either to acquiesce or to object. If he does not or she does not object, it means he or she has acquiesced, and he or she is then bound to the election that he or she has made. And even if it, many a time, it's not unusual in re-examination for a witness to produce evidence in clarification, which has never come to the fore before that a particular question was put in re-examination. And as Mr. van Bergen correctly stated, the evidence he was clarifying, or the issues, had been presented. It was available to all parties, if I can refer, or to all the witnesses and their counsels. So nobody can say, now I'm being caught off guard. This is complete new evidence that's been presented. If it was evidence in arbitration proceedings, etc., all of that was admitted by this honourable court as part and parcel of evidence to be utilised, be it in cross-examination, be it in re-examination. But if a party elects not, or a representative elects not to object, then it means he or she has acquiesced, and they cannot complain at a later stage for the election he or she has made at a particular moment.
Okay, thank you very much.
As it pleases my lady, I've got no further
Thank you very
submission.
much.
Thank you.
Mr. Late?
Thank you, my lady. I don't want to get into an argument because that will be very improper, but I realized that the directives were taken verbatim from a letter that was referred to, or was emailed to your ladyship by Sasha Stevenson. I wished I had an opportunity to answer there. That's what I now had done. Answer to the aspects regarding the leading of evidence. Yes. But nevertheless, that doesn't matter now. I just want to ask for clarification. I don't have a problem with some of the counsel that wants to lead their witnesses, or counsel that wants me to lead their witness. I just want to take your ladyship to the heading before paragraph 15 and 16 of your ladyship's directives. Yes. It says the role of legal representatives of potentially implicated persons. Now, there are a lot of witnesses that testify who are not potentially implicated persons and who are not and who are legally represented. For instance, Ms. Siboko's witness, Dr. Lebete, is not a potentially implicated person. That's why she does not fall, or he doesn't fall under this directive, if I understand it correctly.
Yes, in fact, this paragraph, it relates to those the potentially implicated. That's how it was scrapped. And it's not correct. You might think that it's sort of verbatim of what the letter, but once started with those paragraphs where I realized that there was complete agreement in the meeting, right, which were not contested, because
we did not discuss that later in the meeting, my lady.
Come again? Most of the issues.
No, the issues about the sequence of, or the person who leads the evidence in the inquest, that was not discussed at the meeting.
Yes, let me hear Ms. Hasim.
Please, I must intervene. I find this absolutely unnecessary. This is now an argument that the evidence leader wishes to have about where the directives came from. We had a case management meeting. We had submissions that were made by various parties, and from a combination of that debate came the directives, some of which came from submissions that we had made. So, you know, Mr. Late was present throughout all of these proceedings. I'm not sure why he is picking on one particular letter, and I suggest that it's unhelpful.
No, but even then, if I may, if you would understand, before I issued the directive, I made sure that I checked my notes, and I also called for, I had to look at the minutes of the meeting in order to check most of the issues that were discussed in the meeting. So I don't know, but if you are not happy with it, Mr. Late, I don't know. But in any event, this paragraph 15, if I may, I was referring to the legal representatives of the potentially implicated persons. That's how I craft it. But if that, I don't know, it's the choice of the representatives, because it's not all the witnesses that are going to be implicated. So if they, well, I would allow them, if they want to lead their witnesses, they may do so. In any event, this is an inquest, and I take it that these witnesses are here to assist the court. So should a legal representative elect to lead its own witness, I don't think they should not. They should not be allowed to do so.
As the court is, with all due respect to Mrs. Hassim, I didn't pick an argument with your ladyship.
Okay, no.
Especially said so. I did not want to do that. I just wanted clarification on paragraph 15. That's all. I just wanted to put forward the situation I was in.
Yes, and then to avoid confusion of many other things arising, I must just be clear that what I heard, this the line of questioning of Mr. van Bergen, I understood it to be sort of what we call re-examination. And I even clarified this when Mr. Sibara, what is happening here? Oh, something is wrong.
Judge, we can see and hear you.
Yes, but I had a problem. I thought we were offline now.
No, you're good, madam. You're good. We can hear you.
Okay, but I see Mr. Late. Is that did you forget to lower your hand?
Put the hand down. To put the hand down.
Oh, okay. Yes. All right. What I was saying is that when Mr. Sibara objected to say that Mr. van Bergen was leading the witness, I indicated that that is not how I understood what he was doing. All these questions, these are the questions that came during cross-examination, and like a referral to the witness, the other witnesses' statements. The court is well aware that those witnesses have not yet testified. All what the court was listening to was questions in clarification to say the evidence that the witness has already put before court is confirmed in those statements by those other witnesses. That is how I understood it. And even in the report itself, whether the witness has indicated that he has not seen the report, but what I picked up from the line of cross-examining that witness is that tallies with his evidence regarding the obligations of life Esidimeni under the service level agreement. That's how I understood it. So I cannot say at the stage that there was new evidence, or to say that Mr. van Bergen was leading this witness. So I'm going to allow you to proceed, Mr. van Bergen. Oh, you want to say something, Ms. Hassim? Yes.
My lady, I'm just saying, as the court pleases, I note your ruling.
Thank you very much.
May it please the court, my lady.
Yes, Mr. Oh, the witness, okay, he has been waiting. Continue.
Lady, Dr. Mkachwa, can you just unmute your microphone, please?
Are we done with the report, or are we still there?
We're done with it, my lady.
Yes, okay.
In fact, I'm closing off, my lady.
Okay, thank you very much.
Doctor, it was put to you in cross-examination yesterday afternoon that having regard to the contents of the Hippocratic Oath, which you, when you entered into the medical profession that you subscribe to, you should have refused to transfer the patients, the mental health care users from Life Esidimeni to any other facility. Do you recall that cross-examination?
Yes, my lady, I do.
Yes.
Lady, I think Mr. Late's microphone may perhaps be on. There's an echo.
Mr. Late, can you please take care of that?
It's my speakers, my lady.
Okay, please attend to that.
Thank you, my lady. Doctor, the patients, as you testified during your evidence earlier, were actually patients of the users were patients of the Department of Health, not so?
That is correct, my lady.
That was your previous evidence. You also testified that there had been a court order in terms of which the court had ordered that the transfers should proceed. You've already testified to that effect, not so?
Yes, that is correct, my lady.
You gave evidence, in fact it was elicited in cross-examination from you by other parties, that negotiations had taken place between the Department of Health and Life Esidimeni for Life Esidimeni staff members who had become redundant because of the transfers to be taken up in departmental employ. Do you confirm?
That is correct.
Yes.
Yes, that is correct.
Now, given all that, let me ask you the first question. Let me ask you a preliminary question before that. At the time to which the proposal related, and that was fairly late during the transfer process, if memory serves me correct, had some of the Life Esidimeni staff members already been relocated?
We entered into a negotiation to actually have the staff stay at the Life Esidimeni until the end of the contract. However, certain facilities, their managers demanded the staff to come to their facilities. So yes, there were some staff members from Life Esidimeni that were forced by their new managers to move to the new facilities, which was facilities of the Department of Health, Gauteng.
Now, Doctor, if Life Esidimeni had refused at that point to transfer the patients, would there have been sufficient staff to look after their needs with the level of care that was required?
Absolutely no, there wouldn't be adequate resources to look after the needs of the patients.
Would it have been in the patient's best interests for Life Esidimeni to have refused to transfer the patients, the users at that point in time?
Not at all. It would be to the contrary, to the detriment of the mental health care users.
Now, Life Esidimeni is clearly a medical practitioner. Did Life Esidimeni, or is Life Esidimeni Pty Limited subject to the Hippocratic Oath?
We are subjected to the Hippocratic Oath, and our healthcare practitioners are subjected to it.
Do you believe, against the background of the evidence that you gave, as I summarized now, that you would have been in breach of the Hippocratic Oath by refusing to transfer the users?
I fully agree. I would have breached that, and because I would have kept the mental health care users in a facility that was at that point in time not the appropriate level of care for the mental health care users if I didn't have the staff to look after them.
Thank you. My lady, may I just take an instruction from my instructing attorney?
Yes,
I think I'm at the end of my examination. I'm going to go off camera and mute as well.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, my lady. I have no further questions.
Thank you very much. I think this is the end of the witness testimony.
Thank you, my lady.
Thank you very much. I'm going to excuse this witness. The witness is therefore excused. Thank you very much, Dr. Mkhatshwa, for patience. Oh, just before there is somebody else here.
My
Yes.
lady, can the court just give an indication regarding Mr. Sibara's request? Will all the parties be allowed again to ask? There's just two aspects that I would like to take up with this specific witness, but I do not want to do that if the court will make a finding at the end of the day that the other parties will have another opportunity.
Yes, the ruling that I made was that I didn't find anything new in the evidence of this witness. That is the ruling that I made. Yes. Yes, there is Ms. Mboweni. Before I excuse the witness, let me hear you, ma'am.
May it please the court, my lady. My lady, there's also two aspects that I would, from the testimony that was given by Dr. Mkhatshwa, that I would have liked to just raise with him. They are very short. They would not even take 10 minutes. But as they my client.
You are representing who?
Cynthia Sinelo.
Where were you when we said, remember what we said was that before I give the opportunity to Mr. Van Bergen, all those who are not representing him should be in a position to cross-examine the witness. Were you there? Because I've been checking with everyone and I'm seeing your face. I don't know when last did I see this face. Am I correct?
My lady, I wouldn't switch on my camera, as it were. We were told that we should not switch it on unless we're addressing the court. I think I might.
But I've been asking everyone. I don't want to deny you that opportunity, but Mr. Van Bergen had even requested the court that because he is representing this witness, he would like to do his cross-examination after every one of you has done so. Now, I don't know where were you have been quiet. I don't know what you expect me to do because that is why you heard when we explain in the procedure that has been followed, in particular with regard to this particular witness, to say that this is sort of re-examination if we were in a criminal court.
Indeed, so my lady, these two aspects that I want to raise.
Yes, I hear you, but my question is, where were you at the time? Who are you representing, ma'am?
I'm representing.
Because you should have done the same with the others.
I was at all times present, my lady. I might not have heard you at the time.
That's true. I don't think that is true. One will have to look at the register because this is what we have been trying to avoid. I understand that we have got so many counsel in these proceedings, and the rules of the game were very clear to say whoever is available. I've been noting the other advocates immediately after everyone had cross-examined the witness. So I don't know now what you want me to do.
My lady, these two aspects actually relate to the issues that was raised by Dr. Mkhatshwa now during the re-examination. And because they are so pertinent to my client, I thought that I should raise it now because they are not long. They will not even take 10 minutes.
We hear that, but the question is, did you cross-examine the witness yourself? Why raise those issues? Because I've already made a ruling that there is nothing new from the evidence that he has adduced before this court. And
there is an aspect that is quite pertinent, my lady, and it is new in the sense that it was raised by this witness during his re-examination.
Okay, let me hear you first before we allow you whether that is new indeed, and Mr. van Bergen will have to respond to this before.
As it pleases the court, my lady, I really appreciate your indulgence, and I wish to place on record that I was present at all times. I think at some point there might
But why didn't you didn't cross-examine the witness? You didn't say anything when the court wanted everyone to cross-examine the witness before Mr. van Bergen. We have never heard you saying anything.
Indeed, so my lady, I do.
And you were present, you just kept quiet. Is that what you are saying? And you wanted the court to believe that?
My lady, I'm saying that I did not hear when you gave that directive, that all the parties at that point in time, I'm saying that maybe I was not paying attention, but I was here at all times.
Oh my goodness.
May it please the court, my lady. Dr. Mkwachwa, the issue that
I don't, okay, we just want to hear that first. We don't want to, I haven't given you the leave to cross-examine this witness because according to, yes, I'm just saying what are the issues so that we can hear you, and then Mr. van Bergen and will have to respond before we.
May it please the court, my lady. The issue that I'd like to raise relates to my client being at the life is who is Ms. Sinelo, Cynthia Sinelo.
Yes.
Yes, that at the time that she was placed at Life Esidimeni, that when the patients were transferred, she was not there in an assessment capacity. She was simply there to observe and facilitate, meaning that she did not do the assessments. The assessments was done by Life Esidimeni staff, and they were there in an observatory capacity, meaning that they did not do the assessments, and it was not based on their assessments that, the mental health care users were then transferred. They were simply there to oversee the process that was being implemented by the Life Esidimeni staff.
Okay, can I hear Mr. Late? Do you want to say something before I hear Mr. Van Bergen?
The cross-examination was on the statement of Mrs. Gordon. Mrs. Gordon is going to come and testify. This cannot answer to that question. Mrs. Gordon is going to testify to that effect, and she's welcome to cross-examine Mrs. Gordon about that.
Yes, I wanted to give Mr. Van Bergen, not specifically yourself, but I just saw your hand. I think this is something that Mr. Van Bergen has to respond to because he's the one who led the witness to the document, to the statement by Ms. Sinuelo.
Yes. My lady.
Yes.
I beg your ladyship's pardon. Thank you. My lady, this is an issue that Ms. Mboweni, my learned friend Ms. Mboweni, can address through Ms. Sinelo when she testifies. She can come and explain what she did and how she did it and what her delegation was, and I will have the opportunity to test that evidence at that stage. I don't think that questioning Dr. Mkwachwa on it at this point in time is going to take the matter further, and your ladyship will recall that I questioned or I put those questions to Dr. Mkwachwa on the basis of what is stated in Ms. Sinelo's affidavit. So it's not for Dr. Mkwachwa to say whether the affidavit is correct or not. He answered on the basis of what is prima facie stated in it. And if Ms. Mboweni is in a position where she is instructed that what was said by Dr. Mkwachwa in that regard is incorrect, well, then it's for Ms. Sinelo to come and testify and say why it is incorrect.
I'll just repeat this again, just for you to confirm. I take it that the way I understood the questions as put to Dr. Mkwachwa, when he was referred to the statements, it was because of issues that came during cross-examination. And now you wanted him, he was clarifying and trying to confirm that his evidence in chief is supported by those affidavits that were referred to.
Indeed, my lady.
That's how I understood the evidence.
Indeed, my lady. The main impact of the reference to Ms. Sinelo's affidavit related to the allegations that necessary documentation, medication, and so forth did not accompany the patients, the users. Ms. Sinelo makes it clear in her affidavit, as does Dr. Lenkwane, that the necessary documentation did go. They also refer, and I can get the affidavit.
The evidence is on record. I think it's enough.
I submit that it should not be allowed.
Okay,
and for the further reason, my lady, I think it would be unfair towards other representatives who may also have questions to single out one particular representative and allow her, in this instance, to ask further questions, but not allow any of the others.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Mboweni?
My lady, this issue of who did the assessments was not raised by anybody else. This evidence simply came out of the examination done by Mr. van Bergen. It is there on record. So all I'm submitting to your ladyship is that I will not be able to raise this issue at a later stage. If this evidence was led and testimony was given by Dr. Mkhatshwa and I don't raise it with Dr. Mkhatshwa, then I will not be able to raise it at a later stage in terms of the rules of evidence. I cannot say you will ask me at a later stage, did you raise this with Dr. Mkhatshwa? And the answer will be no, I didn't raise it with him. So I believe that it was appropriate to raise it with him because it only came out of the evidence given by Dr. Mkhatshwa, led by Senior Counsel van Bergen. So I'm saying that there was no other opportunity to raise it. It came out now and it should have been addressed now while the witness is still on the stand, my lady.
That statement is the statement of Dr. Miss Sinelo? It is the affidavit of Dr. Sinelo. I've already explained how I understood the evidence, and the purpose is on record, and the witness will have to deal with that particular witness who is the author of that statement will have to deal with that evidence. The court has got the record and it understands the purpose as to why that statement was referred to. So the issue was not necessarily specifically on the assessment. It was it related to the medical records, the issue of medication, lack of medication, and the others. That's how I understood the evidence. So I'm not going to give you that opportunity for now. The witness has already testified. If you want to raise those issues with your witness, with Ms. Sinuelo, then that will be done at that stage when Ms. Sinuelo will be testifying.
As the court pleases, my lady.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Doctor. Ms. Mboweni just came in while I was excusing you as a witness. Thank you very much. Thank you for, I hope your evidence will assist the court. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my lady.
Thank you.
Thanks.
There is another hand. I don't know who this is. Who's that?
She didn't lower her hand. It's Mboweni.
Who's that? Oh, okay. The witness must just go. Otherwise, I don't understand. There's a lot of, and then, okay. Thank you very much, Miss. I see. Okay. Ms. Mboweni? Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. It's 4 minutes before 4 o'clock. Mr. Late, I take it that the next witness will be Ms. Buthelezi.
Ms. Zanele Buthelezi, that's correct, my lady.
So that is a
statement. Statement is on page 1434 of case law.
1434. And then let me just find out because we have all been provided with the list. And after Ms. Buthelezi, who will follow?
It will be Dr. Lebete.
Dr. Lebete. Yes, okay. Thank you very much. The proceedings for today are adjourned until tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock.
As your ladyship pleases.
Thank you.
As please the court, my lady, and have a good day.